All right, we're going to get started here. I would like Representative Kenny to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you and good morning. Welcome to Environment and Agriculture, everybody. I know we have several people who are out today. Representative Verval, Creighton's out, Boscheman and Germana's out. But we can have Allison, Representative Nab won't be till later this afternoon. I don't know about Representative Brulard. I think he might be out today too. But for the folks who are here, we are going to have a work session and talk about the bills that we heard yesterday and see where what's everybody's thoughts about what we heard. And we'll start with HB 1351, prohibiting the sale and use of adhesive-based rodent traps.
Can I make a suggestion?
Would you?
Yes, could we start with the kangaroos and then go to the abuse registry and then end with the blue traps?
Sure.
I think the blue traps is going to be the longest discussion by far, so we can...
Okay. Make it so. We'll make it so. So then let's start with HB 1325, relative to allowing private ownership of small-tailed monkeys, raccoons, foxes, otters, skunks, and kangaroos. Who would like to start off the conversation on that a very interesting bill? Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I very much want to start this off because I feel that it's a frivolous bill, and I'm a little bit disturbed by the amount of time that we put into it. I would move to ITL or whatever it takes to get rid of this bill.
Well, we can't ITL today because it's not noticed. But I believe the first opportunity that we have to ITL this bill, we will grab it, I'm sure. Representative Dutsey.
I totally concur. and I really think we need to be talking to leadership about triaging some of these bills like this. I do like the use of the word frivolous because I think that really explains what we're dealing with here. And if we allow the process to take over and continue to give these bills the consideration that we did yesterday, I think we're just going to encourage them. So I think we need to address this at some level.
Okay. Representative Kenny?
Yes, thank you. I just think that it leaves so many questions. How are people going to get otters and skunks and raccoons? Are they going to go out and try and trap them themselves? There's just so many, in the vaccines, the whole thing. There was just so much left unanswered, and I just don't like a bill like this when it's not complete, and I do think it's frivolous.
Mm-hmm. Representative Bixby. Sorry.
Yeah, so when I asked about whether there was a difference between inanimate object and a pet, and the answer was no, that pretty much sealed it for me, because we have an entire section of law on animal cruelty that is based on the idea that animals are not just property. There's more responsibility for an animal than there is for inanimate property, and yes, animals are property, but they are not only property, and any time that you acquire a pet, you are acquiring a set of responsibilities that is beyond just property. And when if someone discovers that they can no longer take care of a kangaroo or a short-tailed monkey, does that then go to a shelter? And do the shelters have any capacity for dealing with that? If there is a complaint about animal neglect because people aren't taking care of the kangaroos and their monkeys, what are our local police going to do with that?
Representative Comtois.
Thank you.
Sorry, I can't keep a straight face anymore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We won't talk anymore about the Joeys. But anyways, the bigger question for me was they were gonna be companion animals. And that just is an area of law that these animals should not be part of. And I think just having it in that section, it makes this whole bill questionable.
I concur with everything that's been said. That, one of the things too is that, if somebody wants to have such a deep desire to have monkeys or raccoons or foxes, I mean, if they want to open up, they can still own them here in New Hampshire. You can get a special certificate if you want to open up a zoo, or you want to have a private zoo, or if you want to have a wildlife education center or something like that. There's no reason why you couldn't have that. But I know we're going to be hearing another kangaroo bill having to do with kangaroo farming, kangaroo slaughter, that kind of thing. So in that sense, I guess when we get to that bill, we're also going to have to look at the issue of owning a kangaroo in New Hampshire. But I guess that's going to be for that bill when we hear that. But for me, yeah, the more people that I talk to about this particular list of animals, and even if we crossed some animals off and said some were good and some were not good, I just feel like these are really animals that are not meant to be domesticated. They probably cannot be domesticated. They present problems for the owners, for family members that may be around them. I've heard some horrendous stories about people in other states who have owned monkeys who have been disfigured from them. They are not, these are not animals that are meant to be in homes. And it's also not, in talking to some veterinarians, it's also not to the animal's benefit to be kept in a home environment, because it's not their natural habitat. They can't thrive and grow well in that sense. So for me, this is an absolute ITL for this bill. But any other comments?
My
Representative
only
Bixby.
comment is that I agree, and I don't think we should spend any more time on it.
Yes, let's move on. HB 1505, establishing an animal abuse offender registry. Any comments or concerns about that? Representative Dutsey.
I think this bill should be ITL because from our questioning, I don't think that it meets the intent of what the sponsor wanted. But at the same time, I really think the committee needs to be looking at tightening or how we go about supporting our animal control officers with some of these abuse complaints that they see. I mean, we've seen this over and over again where shelter employees, animal control officers, people that work at the Department of Agriculture are really traumatized by what they see out there and the fact that they don't feel that law enforcement or the judiciary system can back them up. So I think at some point we need to look at that, and maybe we think about something like an animal court so that you have a judge that's trained in these kinds of things. So.
Yeah, Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with you that what the bill is trying to do does not meet that. Although last year, or I think it was last year, Representative Bixby could correct me, I introduced a bill to have an ACO as part of the sheriff's department in each county. And they would be responsible for knowing anything that goes on in each county, which I think would have met what we're trying to do here. That was met with a lot of resistance from ACOs themselves and the police, because they felt like they would be overstepped. That was not the intent. But because the sheriff has a greater deal of law enforcement where they can issue warrants immediately and do things, it would have helped solve some, animals that are being abused out of those areas almost immediately. I think that something on a regional basis is how we would need to look at this.
Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so I think that I agree with Barbara. I think that her bill from last time it wasn't quite ready for prime time, and that I was a co-sponsor on it, so I bear some of the responsibility there
okay,
too. But one of the things that I think is important with that is that this is not the purview of our committee. This is a criminal justice issue.
Yep.
And if we want to move in that direction, we need to coordinate with criminal justice. And I think that in terms of the bill we've heard here, I think there are all sorts of due process implications that we don't have the expertise to assess, but they concern me. And I think that I guess our friends from CSG are not here at the moment, but they were in on the discussion a number of years ago about a very similar bill, and we came to the conclusion at that point that it was inexpedient to legislate, and I don't see anything in this bill that has improved that.
I concur with all that's been said with this. Aside from the making lists and that people can become targets if they're on the lists and all of that, I do think that a good point was brought up in that there needs to be some better communication within law enforcement as to who's been arrested for what, or who's been indicted for what, or who's been charged or convicted for what crimes, so that there's some knowledge of what they may need to have an awareness of. So I like your idea. Yeah. And I do believe absolutely this is more of a criminal justice and law enforcement communication issue than it is for us to say we should have some sort of registry of people. Representative Murray and then Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also think that there might be other questions with regard to the judicial process and judiciary. So I did want to make sure that, to Representative Bixby's point, that whether it's criminal justice or judiciary, that those facets are far beyond sort of our scope and outside of that. And I in the investigative process or whatever due process things are happening in the scope of an investigation, I think that those are also things that would need to be considered.
Okay. Representative Comtois.
Thank you. And just because you brought up, the stalking and the internet stuff, the idea behind a county place was they would keep the records. It would be held in confidence, but law enforcement would have access to it, not the general public, which I think is extremely important.
All right then. So I think we're pretty united in the thought that this bill would be an ITL. All right, moving along to the last that we heard yesterday of HB 1351, prohibiting the sale and use of adhesive-based rodent traps. Who would like to start the conversation on that? Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was, I mean, I think that the issue of cruelty should not go unrecognized or but I also, just like the last time when we talked about the anticoagulant, the professional, it was very persuasive. The young man who does it for a living, and in the hands of professionals, I don't think that the cruelty goes away, but we recognize the need for it more.
Yep. Anyone else? I have reached out to New Hampshire Farm Bureau to ask that they weigh in on this bill as well. And I'm waiting to hear back from Rob Johnson. But just in initial conversation prior to our meeting this morning, he said that, there are some farmers that do make use of the glue traps. And that, it's another tool to be used. A lot of these tools that we use to control or eliminate the rodent population, they're not wonderful tools for the rodent, but it's designed not to be a good thing for the rodents because we want to get rid of them for a number of different reasons. In any case, Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I brought in a couple different samples, and I can pass them around. This one here, it talks about please humanely euthanize the mouse before disposing of the trap. And it says, do not place trap where birds or non-target animals may come into contact. It's very specific on here. And the thing is most in agriculture, I would say that they're used like in the barns, individuals use them in their homes, but they use them instead of bait because they're afraid that their other animals, if they got into them, would ingest the poison. And so, although this may not be, I don't know if there's any humane way of really killing anything. Just going to throw that out there. But these are a health hazard in agriculture and in our homes.
What are the mice are a health hazard or the glue traps?
The rodents.
Okay.
Well, the rodents are the health hazard because, their feces are a problem. They're very destructive. And they multiply rapidly. So there's this one here, like I said, and it talks about how to humanely dispose of it. I mean, it doesn't tell you how to do it. It just asks that you do it humanely. And it does say, do not come in contact with other things. This one here is for a rat, mouse, and snake. I would never use it for a snake because
Snakes eat mice.
snakes eat mice. So, and I don't have any snakes in my house to the best of my ability, but it tells you where to put them. It says on floors, under sinks, and along baseboards. Doesn't say to use outside in the garden or anything like that, because as we heard from the professional who testified yesterday, if they get dust or dirt on them, if they're out for 2 or 3 days, the adhesive no longer works. So they're useless. So I think when we're talking, the person was talking about gardening and things like that, it's like in a potting shed or a barn or even in your home. But you have to give people some tools to utilize. I mean, there's all kinds of tools, but even catching something in a trap, if you don't catch it, is going to, is not going to be humane, right? Because if you don't check your trap all the time, the mouse could die in the trap. So I think it's a necessary unfortunately, these should not be banned, in my opinion, because, as they said, they are intelligent. And once they get wind of how you're trying to control the population, they think they come up with another solution. I'm talking about the rodents. And then we have to come up with another solution to try and control that population.
And as
But-
far as I understood too, I mean, there are a lot of people who just for ethical reasons or whatever their reasons will not buy these anyway. And I think, you know, there's a lot of public education going on too as to what is an appropriate means to trap or control rodents. And people can decide for themselves. I think rather than banning them, there are definitely ways to educate people to say what's a good way, what's not a good way, what works for you in terms of what you can use to trap or control rodents. And I think, you know, instead of banning it, let the market decide. There are going to be stores that won't sell them, and there are going to be people who won't buy them. So, Representative Dutsey.
Thank you. In my opinion, banning something like this forces industry to make changes and to come up with innovative ways to tackle the problem. And I would say, you know, the world didn't cave in when we banned DDT, but we did it for a reason, because we knew that that pesticide was very, very harmful. I believe it was to bald eagles or whatever. So I would be in favor of this bill. I think there are other options. We killed rodents 20, 30, 40, 100 years ago when we didn't have glue traps, and people still existed. And I think it forces the industry to come up with better, more humane ways of solving a problem.
Thank you, Representative Dutsey. But, you know, I would also submit that because there are many people who won't purchase these and stores that won't sell them, that the industry is indeed still looking for a better mousetrap. And they are coming up with better and more innovative means to control the rodent population as well. So I don't know that banning them would or not banning them would dissuade these companies from coming up with other different mechanisms to do this. So just my 2 cents. Representative Howard.
I think that if with education, there would, you know, if people who are worried about the suffering of rodents learn that this is not the fastest way for a mouse to die, they're not going to buy them. I think that if there's information about what exactly happens with these traps, there will be self-selecting segment of society that just won't buy them.
Yeah.
And I sort of agree with you, Madam Chair, that it should be left to that, I think.
Thank you. Representative Comtois.
Thank you. And like I said, it does say here on this, most may still be alive when trap is checked. Please humanely euthanize before disposing of. But personally, because in agriculture, I have ultrasonic. I use peppermint oil. It's not I think these have been in my closet for I don't know how many years. But anyways, I need all the tools available at my disposal. And because I have dogs, I'm very cognizant of, and when I had other animals, I was very cognizant because need to be sure of what I'm using is not going to be toxic to any of those also. So these are non-toxic to other animals also. I'm just going to throw that out there. But yes, there are a lot of things that you can try. Peppermint oil, ultrasonic, the traps. But the rodent population up in my area, and I used to go to a greenhouse, And I was talking with a farmer, he very large supplied vegetables and flowers to a lot of people. And I was in the greenhouse and I'm like, there was a rat. And I said, what's going on? He goes, we never had rats. This population is heading north and is on the rise. And it is a public health issue. So I just want everyone to understand that they are a public health issue also.
Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think I have a compelling argument against what appears to be the majority. I just think it's a bad look. I think, somebody wants us to ban something that's inhumane, and we have all the intellectual arguments about why we shouldn't do it. And I'm struggling to get there. Although I can't refute any of the perfectly reasonable arguments, I don't know how you exterminate them humanely. I mean, that's the conundrum from the beginning. Yeah. I think it's a bad look. It just doesn't set well with me. Call me a softie. I'm struggling with it. A tool in the toolbox. Well, let's get better tools. Is science not advanced enough to give us something better than this? I'm struggling.
Thank you. Representative Kenny.
Yes, thank you. Commissioner Jasper made a really good suggestion yesterday. He said if you have pets around and you're afraid that inside using those glue things, boards, to put it in a box and cut a hole so that the mouse can get in, but nothing else can get in. So the traps that are set with bait have a small hole so only the mice can get in and nothing else. So if the packaging made that suggestion, you put it inside a box. I mean, it's still, I think that the glue, I would rather have had the service that came in to our house and put the bait traps down, had used the glue ones. Our house stunk we have an old part of the house. The mice died in the walls and it was months. It's months and it still smells. So I would rather have had the glue traps and been able to empty them myself. And because I have chickens and I've had rats and because I've had voles in the garden, I know how to, humanely, and for what the destruction that rodents can do, sorry, but I know it's awful to put an animal down and I don't like to do it, but you have to. It's farming. That's my opinion.
Representative Howard.
I don't know how long mice live. Like, what is the lifespan of a mouse? Because and Representative Bixby, of course, knows.
Most lifetime is ballpark 1 to 2 years.
Oh,
Unless they're snatched up by a hawk or a snake or something.
Right.
And in that time, how many reproductive cycles do they have? Just out of curiosity. Every 21 days, and it's usually like 5 to 6 mice per every 21 days. Is additional.
All right. I think we're pretty much done hashing that around. And I know we're not supposed to be hearing another bill until, what do we got here? 11 o'clock. So I guess I miscalculated that, unfortunately. So we have a half hour, and I'll just invite you all to go catch up on some other phone calls or texts or whatever, and we'll see you back at 11 o'clock. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate all the great discussion. Oh, I also want to thank everybody for getting their committee reports into me in such a timely manner. we're 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 all set now. Thank you. Okay, it's a little after 11. We're waiting for one or two people from the committee. So we'll get underway shortly.
Yeah, I'm definitely see if there's anyone chatting. If you have pink cards, I'll happily take those. Sorry, we were not sure. We'll just throw it out there. Sorry.
We all set? Good afternoon. Good morning still. Hello. Yeah, welcome everybody back to Environment and Agriculture. Today is Dog Day. We will be reviewing four bills having to do with dogs today.
I'll take that.
Sure. Open the hearing for HB 1316 relative to co-ownership of dogs. And I welcome Representative McKenzie to come and introduce this bill, along with a proposed amendment. So you have the floor.
Thank you very much. My name is, for the record, my name is Mark McKenzie. I am state rep from District 40, which is 5 wards in the city of Manchester. This bill 1316, I can offer the amendment now if you'd like. All of you, I think, with the exception of me, I think everybody should have a copy in front of them. But the amendment is important in the sense that it is in response to some questions that I have relative to how people get access to information. So I can take that, either we can talk about that now, or we can talk about that. What would your preference be?
Well, I'd like you to talk about the bill and what problem you're seeking to
Sure.
solve and how your amendment will do that.
All right, thank you. This is a problem that has been ongoing in Manchester for some time. And what's going on is there are kennels opening up, dog daycare operations that are opening up in the city. And on 2 occasions, the city turned down the kennel permit because it wasn't appropriate for the zoning area. And what's going on is that people have using co-ownership as a foil against the zoning ordinances. So they basically, and I got a case that that went to district court. So what happens is that the city moved on this person. And let me, for the record, say this is my neighbor, and I get along with them great. They're terrific people. I really like them. But they opened up after they were denied the kennel permit at a hearing at which the whole neighborhood showed up to. They decided to move forward and open up this operation anyways. And what they did is they basically said, when the city moved on them and they went to court, they claimed that they were the co-owners of the animals. Now, I looked at, and I worked with Legislative Services to try to find some definition of what co-ownership would mean. And there's very little in New Hampshire, or actually around the country. There's very little information about that. But we know the case next to me, and then there was another case recently that came up where this person wanted to do the same thing, and they declare co-ownership again. So when you declare co-ownership and you say you own it in Manchester, you can have as many animals on the property as you want if you own them. Now, there's restrictions in terms of noise and all those other kinds of restrictions that you have, but basically you can do pretty much what you want. And so, so we're in this situation where when you ask somebody, so what does it mean to be a co-owner? Does it mean you simply sign a piece of paper and you say, well, I own the dog? Or do you have to take some responsibility for the ownership of that animal, which is what this legislation basically says. Now, the piece that I took out, which the amendment responds to, is there was a number of years ago, there was a state senator from Bedford who passed legislation which limited access to the registration records of animals. And in talking to people who come from the business, and I've had a few terrific people who've been counseling me on this, is that you really don't want to lift that restriction. You don't want to have access, everybody have access to that information. There are, and you may hear from some other people, but there's a good reason for that. There are animal rights organizations and other people who use that information. And so I thought the cleanest thing to do was just simply to take it out. Now, what happens without that, what happens currently is that the people who can get access to that information are not the neighbors. They're not the people who live in the neighborhood. They are people who have the enforcement authority. So police officers can get it, inspectors can get it, other people can get that information. I'm sorry. Okay. But the general public can't get it. So you're in a situation where you've got all these dogs showing up next door or in another part of the city, and you don't know who owns the things. The city inspectors go there. They say they co-own it. And so it's caused somewhat of a dilemma for the enforcement authority within the community. And so all this thing says, and there may be some other reasons why we want to do this. What this bill essentially says, that if you claim it, there is responsibility connected with that claim. And that means that you take some responsibility, not just simply sign a piece of paper and walk away, but if you want to assume co-ownership, then that comes with certain conditions. And what the legislation basically says, you're going to demonstrate that, in fact, you take care of them in some way, that you work with the, you help with the providing food or shelter or work with them with the vet or take other responsibility, which is what normal owners would do. But that's not what they want. They simply want to sign the piece of paper and walk away. Now, the courts, after a law was passed here, the courts have given standing to animals in divorce cases. So it's actually looked at, what the terminology is, but it's actually part of the divorce settlement. So you can have that co-ownership environment. So I think what this does is to basically say, okay, you're going to do it. There are certain conditions that need to be met. Now, all of those conditions may need to be in the rules as opposed to being in the law, but it does basically say you can't do that unless you really are co-owning that animal. So that essentially, that's what this is. There are a number of these things popping up all over the place. If you do a quick Google search, you find daycare, doggy daycare operations around Manchester and around other communities. So this is popping up. It's a pretty profitable business. It's probably average $50 a day. And there's not a whole lot, a whole lot of restrictions on it. So I think that what we're trying to do, in Manchester, the zoning board is kind of in a dilemma about this, but what I'm trying to do, and I've told them about this, the chair of the zoning board and I have been in conversation, and they think this would be helpful. Because I think they're somewhat frustrated over this, how this is being worked. So that's essentially what it does. Now you could say it's a narrow Manchester bill, but I would suggest that given the court decisions and legislation was passed here, that it really is broader than that. That there needs to be something that really defines what that term means, co-ownership.
Okay, so let me get this straight. You're claiming that people are using the premise of co-ownership in order to establish a doggy daycare center in their community. And that th- in statute, there's no way to prove otherwise.
That's my
Okay.
understanding. And legislative services looked at this and they said, well, we can't really find anything. They looked around New Hampshire, looked around the
We
country.
have no current definition of doggy daycare operations in current statute. Is that? That's probably correct. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So, if I'm understanding this correctly, am I understanding that these folks are establishing a proprietorship of some type, a business entity of some type? Are they then also applying for co-ownership of the business entity as they're establishing it? Or I'm having a hard time understanding when somebody goes into a business venture
Right.
like that, and then based on your testimony, am I inferring correctly that the statement you're making is that there are multiple dogs that are being claimed as co-ownership and therefore they are not establishing an actual legal entity of a business? Or I'm trying to understand
Sure.
the issue.
There were two cases that have got some attention. This is the one in, again, my next door neighbor, good guy. They basically were denied. I don't know that there's any actual business in the sense that they've established themselves, they've registered the business and all those kinds of things. I don't know. But they clearly are. I see the cards every day popping in there. The other one was one off of, and I have the information, but it was off of Melrose Street. This woman wanted to open it up. She went to the zoning board. The zoning board was very nervous about it, about granting any kind of variance for this particular operation. The reason being is that the variance goes with the property. So while you may represent that you're gonna, I'm just gonna have little dogs. When you sell a house and you got a variance for a daycare, dog daycare, you're gonna have very big dogs, which was the case when they originally started the one next door to me. They were jumping over the fence. And, so, yeah, so that's, I don't know if they're establishing a business. You know, I don't know.
Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have experience with people making claims about dogs as being support dogs, and there's actually no proof required. There's no, so I know that these relationships can be sort of nebulous. So do you think that this definition is I mean, how would you deploy this definition to clarify things?
Well, I mean, I haven't tried to address that in this legislation, but if that's something that you think needs to be amended and use this as a vehicle to do that, I'd be open to that. What I find is there are a couple of issues that come up with this. There are breeders. There are breeders that, and I don't, maybe some in the room now, that have this relationship during various times of the dog's life. They may be breeding the dogs or taking care of them following the birth of dogs, and people would know much more about this than I do. So there's one issue. The other issue that we're running into is that people are using, they're saying we're not really taking care of them. They're just friends. These are doggy friends, but you're getting paid to take care of the friends. And if that's the case, that goes from being, you're running a business and you're using the animals, and so it's a mess. It really is kind of a mess. And inspectors, I was an inspector in Manchester Fire for years. It's kind of this kind of squishy, how you get at this is difficult. But I think before we get this proliferation of daycare centers, I think it's important to try to give some direction to the community about this.
Before you, so are you looking more for some way in which municipalities can control the operation of a doggy daycare center in their town?
I'm looking for a definition, so that we define what co-ownership means. That's what I'm looking for in this legislation, whether it be in Manchester, or Goffstown, or some other community, because
Representative-
it should have some standing.
Representative Dutzy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So if I have an analogy of like a daycare center for children.
Yep.
Okay, so I go to the zoning board and I say, I want to open a daycare center. And they say, no, you can't. It's not zoned for that. So I bring in 5 children and I say, they're all my nieces and nephews. And I'm just taking care of them for my, relatives. That's basically what's happening. And so that's how they're getting along, getting around. And as long as they don't care about liability, they don't register a business, and they just collect the payments. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
I think it's a good
Representative
analogy.
Bixby.
So, one of the things that that I'm a little bit puzzled about with the bill is that it doesn't actually create a definition of co-ownership. And co-ownership of dogs is mentioned in one place in the statutes, which is in the animal cruelty statutes, where if someone is being tried for animal cruelty and there is evidence of co-ownership, then that co-owner would, if the animal has to be removed from the place where the cruelty is happening, the co-owner would be first on the list to be able to take the dog on, as long as that was approved by the judge who's hearing the case. So it wouldn't be like, okay, well, the husband is being charged, so the wife is a co-owner, and therefore, it would stay in the same situation. That would be something that a judge would say that won't work. But if it's, say, a dog that is being bred for show, and and one person is sort of typically has custody, and another person is the one who takes it to shows or whatever, then that would be a situation where that second person who's not on the same premises would be able to have priority in terms of taking care of the animal after a charge of animal abuse. That's the only place that co-ownership exists in statute right now. What you're proposing here doesn't actually create a definition of it, and I'm not sure that this is necessarily going to create enough standing to do what you want to do.
Can I respond to that?
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you. So I went through with legislative services and I said, let's nail this thing down. And they were very nice, and they researched it all around the country. And they said, the best thing you can probably do is make this as simple as possible, go into the committee hearing and take input from people in the committee hearing and perhaps offer an amendment. So that's why this is not doesn't have a lot of bones to it. Now, some of this stuff, as we know, some of this stuff we pass here and the rules take over. They come up with certain rules. Whether or not this provides enough direction to wherever this lands for additional rules. And I'm also willing to amend this thing. But I don't think we should just, I think there should be some reasonable way to determine who owns this animal and what the responsibility is. That's what I'm trying to do here. And look, I'm way out of my wheelhouse here. I come from the Labor Committee. I've never dealt with these kinds of issues. But I did try as best I could, and there's a file right here of all the back and forth between the legislative services and myself.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for taking my question. I'm just sort of thinking about, based on Representative Bixby's comments and your testimony, about whether or not this is really an issue about self-attestation of co-ownership, or if there is a legal claim to co-ownership in some other way through an official record or a documentation through, whether it is an animal like club registration where co-owners are listed on an official document somewhere, or that type of thing. Is that the desire that you're trying to see, is something more official than a self-attestation to say, yes, we're co-owners?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's been some testimony, some questions and some input. But, I think it's easy to understand co-ownership if you co-own a house, or you co-own a car, or you co-own some other asset. That, if you're putting that down, you got to claim some responsibility for that. And that's what I'm trying to define here. So when you do that, it has some standing. Now, for the city's perspective, they need to know this. And it shouldn't be used, this kind of just signing a piece of paper and saying, well, I own the dog now, and just bypass the zoning ordinances, which is what's happening. That shouldn't be the case.
Representative Bixby.
So I'm also wondering whether the people who are the real owners of the dogs, if they sign a paper saying, it's co-owned, are they putting themselves in jeopardy for having the animal essentially taken away from them through some sort of a scam?
I think that that's an interesting, question. And there was legislation passed here, and I have it somewhere, but there was legislation which basically gave animals standing in divorce. So they become part of the divorce settlement.
Mm-hmm.
So what does this mean if two people own this animal? All of a sudden, they're in this mix. And I don't know how they straighten that out, quite frankly.
Well, I did get some input from legal, who said that within the family law context, RSA 458:16A, property settlement in divorce proceedings, was amended in 2019 to include the following provision regarding animals. Roman numeral 2-A, tangible property shall include animals.
Mhm.
In such cases, a property settlement shall address the care and ownership of the parties' animals, taking into consideration the animal's well-being. Upon petition of either party, the court may review and modify the property settlement agreed to previously only as it pertains to this paragraph. So, that's really the only definition of co-ownership that I know of. I don't know that,
458:16-A.
yeah.
And it seems to be explicitly circumscribed.
Exactly. And the courts pretty much determine that. The court considers it. Representative Howard?
First, I'd like to clarify that I wasn't suggesting that you add service dogs to your definition or anything like that. I was using it more as an example, so I'm sorry for that confusion. But I also think that with absent a context, that this, it feels a little bit like this definition of ownership or co-ownership is flapping in the wind a little bit. Like, it doesn't feel very useful without any application in the bill.
Is there any other way that the municipality can control the having a business? Can they explicitly say in their zoning ordinances that a doggy daycare cannot be established in a specific area, something?
Well, if I could.
Does your town already have that ordinance in place? Yes.
Well, they basically have zoning ordinances, or there are allowable things in different zones of the city. This is not allowable in the city. That's why the people have had to apply for zoning variance to try to operate these things. And again, it turns on what it means to be the co-owner. And that's the foil they've used.
Okay. Representative Dotsie. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If somebody abrogates what the town or municipality has said, why can't they charge them in some way? The variance was denied.
Here's the case right here.
Uh-huh.
And this case was the inspectors proceeded against them as they should. They did all the research. They pulled out all the records. They got to district court. On the steps of district court, these people who were in violation, according to the city, pulled out the co-ownership slip and say, we own these dogs.
Doesn't seem like that's a legal document. you know, you can write anything and sign your name to it.
But they're on the registration form, from what I understand. This is what's this is what's happening. I think it's crazy too, but that's what's happening.
Representative Dusty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is it possible in a situation where if you have a form for co-ownership, that it's signed by both the owners of the doggy daycare, the owners of the dog, and it's notarized? I mean, because under notarization, don't they have to swear under penalty of law? And wouldn't a notary you have to show proof to the notary that what you're signing is correct? Could that kind of
Well,
help the situation?
If I could,
Sure.
I think that I think that would change the dynamic. I think if people had to put their name and notarize their name, but at the same time, if it doesn't mean anything, if co-ownership is not defined as what your responsibility is, then I think it doesn't have a lot of bones. So I think that's really what the core of this thing is. But no, in fact, I have some information in some places where they actually do that. They say this is say kind of the checklist that they have, but it's very rare around the country that this takes place.
Representative Kenny.
Yes, thank you. Do they require health certificates for any of these places? Because if they did that, if they started requiring health certificate, they would have to claim ownership, and it would be signed by a veterinarian. And I believe there might be on the bottom, I tried to look it up, but I can't remember whether there might have been a place for co-ownership, but you would have the owner of the dog. Because I think they do use that in breeders. Do you remember that, Lisa? I don't know if you remember that. But anyway, I don't know if they required health certificates to go into that daycare, then they'd have the names. That's my...
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One other question that I had was around the total amount of animals or dogs that we're talking about here. Are we talking 3 animals that are potentially, all co-owned together, or are we talking 30 animals that are being claims of co-ownership? What
Well,
are we
if
talking
you-
about here in scope?
Sure. I mean, my understanding is that if you own the dog, you can have as many dogs on your property as you want, provided they don't violate the ordinance of noise or some of the, health issues and things like that. So you really have no control once you cross that line. Yeah, so I don't know where the limitation is in that case for the number of animals they can have.
Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I don't know very much about this. Does a breeder have to have certificates, licenses?
Yeah, I mean, I think there may be some people here that are
Yeah.
breeders that can answer that particular question.
So we wouldn't be leaving them off the page and getting them involved in this co-ownership thing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to work with them. If there's some conditions that they have that they need some relief from this proposal, then I think we could work with them.
May I follow up?
Sure.
So if my son takes his dog to a neighbor, I believe, and she has what looks like a business to me, she's got a fenced-in backyard, she takes more than his dog. They happen to live in Denver, so depending on what the city's ordinance says, she either is or isn't registered as a business. And so I think we haven't nailed down how to define co-ownership yet. But it seems as though the different localities might have different zoning ordinances that might cover this. And I think you're saying that we don't. Manchester doesn't.
If I could, Madam Chair.
Sure.
Legislative Services looked all over the place, and they couldn't find any evidence of how this is properly defined. And that's why, you know, and I think the court may offer some instruction or for us in terms of what this means. So we might be able to work on that, but no, I don't. I think the way it is now, if you say you're co-owning, you can have as many as you want. Now, I don't know, the business thing is a whole nother thing. If you're taking money, where's the money going? That's a whole another issue. But you can't go to the zoning board, get denied at the zoning board, and then turn around and open it anyways, which is exactly what's happening.
Representative Bixby.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that we do have someone in, who is in the audience here who is knowledgeable about the way that breeders and kennels manage animals, and I think maybe we could have her come up and
sure.
help us out.
All right, well, thank you for introducing this bill. And I guess we want to call Nancy Holmes. Yeah, you want, we'll have Angela too.
Yep, thank you.
We'll make you take your folder too.
So as I understand the sponsors bill would, with any amendment, not create any kind of publicly available list showing co-ownership, and all he's looking for really is to have some sort of definition or statement regarding how to prove co-ownership.
Yeah.
So why
Well,
don't we,
I'll tell you the term co-ownership. I'm sorry, my name's Nancy Holmes for the record, and
Sure.
I'm here from New Boston. And yes, I've been a breeder. I was president of a dog club. I know a lot about how things work. I don't know everything, although I try. Anyway, the term co-ownership in the purebred dog world is a contract between two people to own a dog together. And this may mean, say, you've got beautiful show dog that could win everything in the world if only you had a box of money. And I come along and say, I have a box of money. I'd be happy to fund that, but I want my name on that dog while we're showing it so that everybody can see that I have the wonderful dog. Another reason for co-ownership would be for breeding purposes. You know, I'm willing to help you out doing a litter, but I want my name on the litter too. So we will change the registration of the dog to reflect two people own it. And that's the same with if you're doing the show co-ownership, it's the same deal. You change the registration of the dog with AKC to show that two people or more. I've seen up to 5 in some really top dogs. So that's what it is in the purebred world. Now, I'm not sure that this doggy daycare is handling purebreds only, or AKC purebreds. I know that's how it works for them. I am concerned that somebody would be claiming co-ownership of a dog and not be able to provide proof that they have licensed the dog, which also provides proof that the dog has had rabies vaccination, because you can't get a dog license unless the dog has had a rabies vaccination. I think if the person is claiming the dog is a co-owner and the dog resides with them, they should be able to provide proof of those two things, the rabies certificate and the dog license, in their name or in both persons' names. It wouldn't just be, okay, so I've got a dog and you're claiming we co-own it. It wouldn't be just my name on the license. It wouldn't be just my name on the rabies certificate, because we co-own the dog. That often means we share expenses when something is co-owned. So out in the world where there's everything in the world is possible for a mix, I'm not sure exactly how the person can claim co-ownership. I would think they would be able to show a legal document that there were two people who in agreement were owning the dog together. I don't know if the people who are doing the doggy daycare understand that if they've signed over and become a co-owner with the owner of the doggy daycare, that means that they are liable if something happens, if the doggy daycare person makes a mistake and somebody gets bitten and all of that, that they are going to be liable for the any lawsuits as well as the doggy daycare person. You know, say your dog bites, you know, somebody else's on the premises. It's not going to be the doggy daycare operator who's just on the line if the people are co-owners with the doggy daycare owner. I really believe that this is a zoning issue in Manchester. Somewhere along the way, I read a description of I think it was a set of condominiums or townhouses where they had a limit on how many dogs you could have. You could have one dog of your own and up to 3 days at a time for, I don't know if it was a week or a month, you could babysit somebody else's dog. But you could only do it for one dog, and you could only do it for a certain number of days. And that was to make sure that the condo area didn't fill up with 5 million barking little dogs. But I thought that seemed extremely reasonable, that you could limit the number of dogs that were visiting for care. And that might help take care of the problem. But again, I see that as more of a zoning issue in one area as a state than as a statewide issue. I know it was said that nobody knows what co-ownership means. I think the place to look for that information is AKC, because that's the only place I know of it actually being in use. I don't know. I think the people are very clever at trying this. You know, but I think you should be able to ask them to provide proof of co-ownership, or proof, or if the dog resides there, provide proof of licensing and rabies information, because that's a public health issue.
Thank you. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do you share any concern about, you know, somebody laying claim to co-ownership that actually has no right to claiming co-ownership? And then there's also that facet of the conversation.
Yeah, I think that could turn really, really bad in ways they aren't anticipating. Like I said, all it would take is one bad incident with a neighbor's kid or something, and poof, everybody involved loses their house. You know, with lawsuits. It could be. I just don't. I think they're thinking this is a way to get around so I can make money. I'm also wondering if they're running a business and taking in money, are they registered with the state as a business? Are they reporting all their income to the IRS? Boy, that would really, really ruin them. Send the IRS their way and say, hey, they're taking money under the table for doing this. But yeah, I can see repercussions with co-owners.
Any other questions? Representative Bixby.
Yeah. So it's been a while since I've looked at the group dog license statutes, but I'm wondering if if excuse me, the rep McKenzie mentioned that when the person was brought to court, they showed a dog license with their name on it, and I'm wondering if that was potentially a group dog license where it's a little bit harder to track exactly which dogs there are, but I'm wondering how that would work if you had multiple co-owners of different animals.
It'd be ugly. In terms of the group license, I know I had to give the name and information on every single dog that I had at my home, and I had to provide their rabies vaccination information. A group license doesn't just mean have however many you want with no record of what you have. I mean, you can slide some stuff around where you only have to redo your group license once a year. You could slide around, you got a new puppy, an old dog died, you still got the same number, but next year you're gonna have to update which dog is which and prove the rabies vaccinations.
I know, Representative Bixby, I'm looking at section 466:6 on group licenses. And there are 5 provisions here, one of which, the last one, upon request, an owner or keeper shall receive numbered license tags for each dog included under the owner's or keeper's group license. So, I mean, there's that. You could ask for, or the municipality could ask proof for group ownership through the license tag numbers. And it also says the owner or keeper of 5 or more dogs shall annually by April 30th pay the required fee and obtain a license authorizing the owner or keeper to keep the dogs upon the premises described in the license. So in the license is also the residence or where the premises where the dog is being kept. So, you know, there's a number of things in the group license here, which I would imagine the municipality could use to prove co-ownership.
Or
I don't know, is that true?
ownership.
Yeah. I
Or
mean, so-
ownership.
right.
You know, the thing is, I know that when I got a group license, I did not ask them for an individual tag for each of my dogs because I had show dogs and my show dogs did not wear collars at all. They're all microchipped, but the town didn't care about that. But because you don't want a ring around the neck of fur that has rubbed from a collar, you don't leave collars on your show dogs, or at least we didn't at the time. I had a long-haired breed and it would be really obvious that, you know, ring around the collar. So I did not request. I got, they usually gave me like 1 tag, or I may have asked for 2 for my 2 big dogs, but the little dogs didn't get a tag. But I still had to list every single dog I owned under that group license, and I had to prove to the town hall that every single one of them had had their rabies vaccine.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other, Representative Haskins?
Thank you, Madam Chair. What's the enforcement of that?
What is the enforcement of that?
Yeah.
You can't get a license unless you can prove rabies vaccination.
So somebody has to find out that you don't have a license.
There's a possibility that you would not have a license, but if somebody's claiming they have all these co-owned dogs on their premises and that they're taking care of them, they should all be licensed to win proof of rabies vaccination.
Representative
Thank
Bixby?
Yeah, so this this bill might not be the right way of going about it, but what would you feel about having a definition of co-ownership in state law?
I think that would be really difficult because I'm getting the impression that what I think of as co-ownership, which is a mutual beneficiary relationship between 2 people over ownership of a dog, a purebred dog for that matter, is very different from how they're throwing the word around in this doggy daycare case. So I think it would be difficult to do.
Representative
Thank you.
Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess to Representative Bixby's point, didn't we just establish the fact that there is a legal definition for animals in statute with regard to ownership? This is, yes, we did with regard to,
For the divorce,
Yeah, the as we said in RSA 458:16-A, with regard to family law and property settlement and divorce proceedings, they said that tangible property shall include animals. But there's nothing there that actually says that there's proof of co-ownership.
Right, and the other thing is that I believe that the last line in that statute says that this what is mentioned here only applies to this particular case.
yeah, to
Right.
divorces.
Right. Representative Howard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think that maybe, I would defer to the more knowledgeable people on this, but I think that maybe the definition might be stronger if it had some reference to residence or where the dog resides. I think that your mentioning of of it being a zoning issue, he already sort of established that they had been turned down because of a zoning problem, right? So they're using this end run around it. If there was a mention of where the dog actually resides, even if it includes two places, that might make the ownership definition stronger. Do you think? Or
That could help in determining, you know, where the dog resided and whether it should be there. What I'm thinking is Manchester could do something like saying you can own as many dogs as you want. You got them licensed. You got their rabies vaccination, and you can change something so that you can babysit X number of dogs. So like if you wanted to take your mother-in-law's dog while she went to Florida, something like that, and limit the amount of time that dog could be there, so that you have your own dogs, you have a dog that you're babysitting for, you know, somebody, a relative or a friend, but you can only have one or maybe two dogs to babysit at a time, and you can only have them for so many days out of a week or a month. I think that would resolve that doggy daycare setup pretty good.
Yeah, I don't know how you can enforce that, though. I mean, that seems like it would be really difficult to determine how long anybody's had a dog at their place, or how many hours a day, or Representative Dutsy.
Yeah, I agree that this is probably something that could be done on the municipal level. But I mean, basically, if we just look at the definition and do like a proof of co-ownership, of animal co-ownership consists of, you know, and then, I mean, it could be, you know, a notarized document with the name and address of, you know, both you know, and then just list it out. I think that would give it some teeth, and it probably could be done at the municipal level, unless we wanted to take that on as a state level. But again, you know, I think I always find this interesting because I chair a conservation commission that I call an urban conservation commission, because it's so different than conservation commissions in small communities. And it's the same thing here, that this is an issue that is more likely to occur in our cities.
Yes.
Because, you know, of our close proximity, you know, our neighborhoods, and people wanting to open up something, you know, for incremental income. So I don't know if we need it statewide, but I think the cities definitely need to look at it.
Right.
I think there may be a way to define something good that the cities could all use to add to their zoning. I don't believe this is it. I don't think this is going to get you anywhere. I think the crux of the matter here is they're saying the dogs are co-owned. My big question for that co-ownership is, where do the dogs reside, and where are they legally licensed, and where, and, you know, and with proof of rabies vaccination. Because if it's from Massachusetts, you know, or if it's from Bedford instead of Manchester, you know, it's just a different thing. You know, it's very tricky. Like I said, I think the people who are running that doggy daycare are very clever.
Representative Bixby.
So do you happen to know if when someone is establishing co-ownership of a purebred dog, whether they need to do a health certificate to indicate that transfer of that creation of co-ownership?
No, I don't believe so, but quite often there are lawyers involved, because the co-ownership might be that I will take care of all veterinary bills, or we will split all veterinary bills, or the dog will reside with you for 2 years, and after that it will come back to me for breeding purposes. So there's all kinds of, I mean, some of these contracts are really amazing. Like I said, there's often a lawyer involved. It's not just a, hi, yeah, you can be co-owner.
Representative Murray.
I know up until this point we've talked about individual people and co-ownership, but are there circumstances in which there is a business entity that also lays claim to ownership of an animal, or co-ownership? Like if there is a such and such.
Corporation.
Yes.
Yeah, a consortium.
Yes.
I suppose there could be, I'm sorry, I suppose there could be. The biggest one I've seen, and I don't know what the contract looked like, of course, is there were actually 5 people supporting one dog through the show circuits. And that dog was being campaigned from one side of the country to the other. So there's a lot of travel involved, a lot of professional handlers involved, and so on. So there was I'm sure there was a lot of contractual obligations and responsibilities that each person signed up for when they contributed money to be part of this particular dog's campaign. And I know it probably sounds very foreign to you all to have a dog that is competing like that. I know I never did. The poor dogs were stuck with me in the ring. But it was, and I actually, when I had one that became a world champion, I actually sold it to somebody I knew who could campaign it the way they wanted to. I didn't keep a co-ownership. But there's responsibilities that go with the co-ownership, as well as, the pleasure of owning the dog. And I think each contract would be different. I believe, somebody's mentioned maybe we could do both parties signing a notarized statement. I think that would work, to have proof that the dog is co-owned. But, I'd suggest you run that by your legal department and see what they think.
Okay, thank you. With that, I'd like to call Angela Ferrari.
Sure. Now, she's actually currently active in the show world.
Move this out of the way behind you.
No, I'm good.
Good morning and welcome back. Welcome to Dog Day at the Environment and
I knew you would
Agriculture
see me,
Committee.
right?
Yeah.
I couldn't miss this. Hi, Angela Ferrari, President of Dog Owners of the Granite State. I think we've dug into a lot on this one. I have a few thoughts and comments just from what I've been hearing, and then we'll open it up to questions that you may have. While definitely being sympathetic to the issue that raised this bill and trying to find a solution, we had primarily concerns around where this documentation was going to go and the privacy concerns that would have about personal information. So with our dog licenses, there is statute RSA 466:1-D that explicitly states that the information provided on dog licenses cannot be sold, given out, et cetera, et cetera. So that locks it down and makes sure that there's no privacy concerns with that information. So if we are opening up to proving co-ownership in some way, we need to make sure that we still have those privacy safeguards in place. It was mentioned about the dog's license itself. That seems like a good avenue that the municipality could use to confirm ownership of the dog. Obviously, in this case, it's not that the dogs are residing at this particular residence, but coming from another. So that does make that a bit trickier. But there was a lot of good conversation about the notaries for co-ownership or different things like that I think could be explored. But it does seem that this is something that should be addressed at the municipal level rather than here with the legislature. A question that I did have, which would be for the sponsor, is are the real owners, we'll call them the real owners, the ones who are bringing these dogs to the doggy daycare, are they agreeing with the daycare that the daycare does co-own these dogs? If they are participating in this facade of co-ownership, then I think it's going to get really tricky with the way that this bill is written regarding registration, adoption records, or transfer of ownership agreement, or pedigree records. The license information that's listed is the likely one that's going to be the hardest to swindle somebody with, because For example, I co-own all of my puppies. I'm a breeder of Dobermans, and the majority of my puppies that I sell, I do co-own. And I do have a contract with the owners for every single puppy. And for those that I co-own, it explicitly states that I co-own in name only. I do not have any financial obligation or legal obligation to the dog as the contract is written. The reason I stay on the dog is for different reasons, as Nancy mentioned, related to showing, breeding, different things like that. It may be a person that, you know, hasn't purchased from me before, and I may be doing a payment plan with them, and so I'm remaining on the registration until that payment is in full, different things like that. So that I have the ability to take the dog back if we were to have a dispute over the dog or the contract or payments. However, with my experience with that, it is extremely easy to add a co-owner to a registration. So if these real owners of these dogs are conspiring with the daycare and that is the direction they want to go, they'll easily be able to get their names on registrations. They can even have a contract that states it's in name only, different things that could protect them down the road if something were to come up. Would they go through all of that trouble? I'm not sure. There are fees associated with getting on the registration of a dog. They're fairly minimal. I wouldn't expect it to be more than $40 per dog. So that's about 1 day's worth of daycare. And if it's worth it to them to be trying to do this, it's likely that they could do that. So I do think that it makes it difficult to even prove beyond what we're trying to do that these dogs are truly co-owned by this person. And I think those were kind of my questions and thoughts that I had. And I know we've had a lot of other answers from other people, but if you had further questions, I would be happy to try and answer them.
So do you think that it would be more helpful in this situation if, say, doggy daycare is identified as a particular activity enumerated in statute somewhere, that the Secretary of State, you know, you'd have to register in order to have a doggy daycare, and that would be the mechanism that would allow municipalities to point to that being a business?
Yeah, I think it's interesting that we don't have that defined, especially with the popularity of doggy daycares these days. I don't know if they are just establishing themselves as a business, and in order to sell and offer services and have a facility and all of the things that come along with the larger scale doggy daycares, it may be a good avenue. It would lead into more things too, as far as inspections potentially, and making sure that their facilities are appropriate to be housing the animals depending on the level of daycare that they're offering.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I guess this is something the committee's gonna have to think about.
Yeah.
Sure, absolutely. Okay, we'll take a look at that.
To the zoning board asking to be allowed to have a boarding kennel. I don't know if that's what they asked for. And they would deny that, so they believe their business is a boarding kennel.
Uh-huh.
So that might be one way if they are not licensed and registered as such.
Okay, so we'll have to look at statutes that mention boarding kennels and see if we can insert maybe doggy daycares into that as well. I don't know. Yeah, we'll have to look at that. Representative Dutzy.
But I think the whole issue here is that how can you deny me the right to take care of my nephews and my niece's dogs?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and I think that's how they're, so they're indicating that this is not a business. I'm just taking care of dogs for friends and that type of thing, and that's the real issue. But I think I think it's obvious to everybody that they are running a business.
right,
Yeah.
right.
The IRS is the best place to start.
All right. Thank you. All right, seeing as there's no other discussion on this bill, I'm going to close out the hearing on HB 1316, and we will adjourn for lunch. See you all at 1 o'clock. Oh, this one's going to be fun. Members from Environment and Agriculture, if you're out in the hall, come take your seats. Oh, yeah.
Yes, I'll come grab it.
Yeah.
No problem. That's not really it.
Okay, you have a roadblock there.
Well,
Thank you.
thank you.
All right. Okay.
Yes, I am. I'm acting
Thank
as
you.
clerk today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Johnson. All right, we are going to get started for, excuse me, Environment and Agriculture. Welcome this afternoon to Dog Days. And we will be starting out with HB 1173. I'm going to open up that hearing. And I am going to invite Representative Rochford here to introduce this bill to us. No, I'm good. I'm good. I got it.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of Environment and Agriculture. It's nice to be back here. I heard last week you're having Dog Week. I had to come back. So this is great. So before you, for the record, my name is David Rochford. I'm represent Grafton 1. I live in Littleton. Before you today, you've got House Bill 1173. And I just want to give you a little background on how I got involved in this. It typically is not something that I focus my legislative efforts on, but I got a call from a concerned citizen of the North Country. This person I've known for a number of years, and he is described a situation that occurred to him over the last year that was, really he felt troubling and really didn't give a whole lot of opportunity for justice, if you will. He is an attorney, and I told him, hey, if I introduce this bill, you're going to have to come testify. And I've introduced the bill, and he got called to a court hearing. So he is not here, but he did write a letter, which I've given to you, and I would encourage you to read it because it really gives the background for where this bill is coming from. I'm going to kind of just give you some of the highlights, but again, I would encourage you to take a look at the letter. This all went back about a year ago. When he was walking his dogs in a rural area. He lives in a rural road in Lancaster, and his dog was attacked by a neighboring dog, and it was a violent attack. It left his dog injured. Ultimately, he thought it was dead, and but it did come back. And looking for some justice in there, and the concern that he had, the problem that he had, didn't necessarily happen after the first attack, but shortly after his attack, there was another attack, and another attack, and there was a small municipal fine that was paid, but that was it. Clearly, a dog that attacks people or other animals 4 or 5 times is, we would all think, probably something needs to be done. But again, as an attorney, he examined the law and found there wasn't a lot of recourse with that. So before you, I have 1173, and it's one paragraph, and it starts on the new. It's part of RSA 46631, and inserts a new paragraph starting at line 8. It just, again, I feel that this is a very reasonable approach to it. It talks about a domestic animal that attacks a human being, or a dog that attacks a human being or another a domestic animal, where a puncture or tearing of skin occurs. So this isn't a nip. This isn't a puppy doing things that puppies do. But this is where there was an actual bite going on. And if it happens 2 or more times within a 12-month period, so again, frequent. I mean, it's not. If you got a dog, I've had dogs that bit once, twice in their whole lifetime, but this is here. We made it so there is a pattern of biting established, And if that happens, so you got to have a puncture of skin and 2 or more times in a 12-month period, that's evidence that the dog is vicious, and the dog will be taken into custody by the police, constable, or other persons authorized, and the court shall order the dog euthanized. So it provides a pathway for vicious dogs to be removed from the community and the threat to the public eliminated. So that's the bill, and I'd be happy to take some questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the committee? Questions, Representative Howard?
Is this, does this need to be a state law? I know that in my town, I had a similar experience to your wife's, to the person's wife, where the dog attacked my dog. I was able to pull him off before he was, but he had him by the throat, right? And when we reported it to the police, the police said that that dog needed to be restrained, and if he was ever in an off leash, not even just attacking another dog, but off leash, he would be taken and euthanized. So, and that's at the town level. Do we really need a state law for this?
Yeah, and again, this the person that asked me to put this is an attorney, and he examined and studied the law, and he felt that this is the most adequate solution for a circumstance where there's been a proven history of vicious dog attacks.
Any other questions? Representative Dutsey?
Representative, I don't know this, but can vicious dogs be rehabilitated? I mean, especially if they're like abused or anything like that, or is it once they go in that direction, that's it?
That I don't know. I'm not a dog expert by any means, so I wish I could answer your question. I don't have an answer for you.
Any other questions? Well, I know, Representative Bixby, sorry.
Yeah, so Representative Howard mentioned that in her town, the solution that the local law enforcement suggested was requiring that the dog be restrained, which seems to be a perhaps less drastic solution than euthanasia. Would you be comfortable with having a less severe punishment for the dog?
I think the anything that could prevent this from happening for a dog that's been shown to be vicious and have a pattern, I think would be a very agreeable solution. I mean, the goal of this is to prevent vicious dogs from continually attacking people or other animals. So if the committee feels that would accomplish that, by all means, I think that would be an adequate solution.
According to current statute, though, and we acknowledge in law that, there can be, if an animal runs after, chases bicycles, motor vehicles, if they growls, snaps at, runs after, or chases any person. So those are dogs that are considered a menace, a nuisance, or vicious. And the law already alludes to the fact and acknowledges that the owners hold liability to that. So it would seem to me that you just report that to the authorities, and the authorities would take action to make sure that the dog owner either restrains the animal or watches the animal or, somehow corrects this situation from happening again.
Yeah, so I think that and we discussed that, and I think he highlighted that in his letter, in that he went to the authorities and it was a fine, and the dog owner just paid the fine. I mean, they were of means. They didn't care what it cost, and they would pay the fine and pay the fine and pay the fine, and there was a pattern of that. So this, the goal would be to elevate it up into a serious or more serious consequence for for a pattern
For
of,
multiple
right.
occurrences.
And again, the important thing of the bill is there's a pattern. It's not a one-time thing. It's not a once every 5 years. It's a pattern, and it's a seriousness of the attack. You know, where there's skin broken, there's a puncture wound. These aren't minor. This isn't menace. This isn't growling. This isn't chasing. This is a vicious
Right,
assault.
but according to the statute, the way it's written now, any person who fails by appropriate action, including but not limited to restraining an animal from running at large or otherwise effectively abating a nuisance found such under the provisions of this section, or who fails to comply with any other provisions of this section, after being so ordered, shall have the person's dog taken into custody by the police of the city, constable of the town, or other person authorized by the town, and such disposition made of the dog as the court may order. So there's a remedy here. I mean, if the person can pay a fine, but obviously if this is something that's ongoing,
Yeah.
I would imagine law enforcement would get involved here and say, look, you're not doing your job. We're going to confiscate your animal.
Right. And I wish that he was here to address that, because I know he did the research on it, but I will have him follow up with the committee to explain why those remedies weren't to his satisfaction.
Thank you. Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative. Would you imagine that different municipalities have different enforcement measures depending on their personnel and perhaps how their authorities undertake these situations?
Yeah, I would. I mean, just in my district, we're in Littleton. Littleton is a more, I want to say urban. It's not far from urban, but it's got neighborhoods and a main street and a business section. And then in my town of Lyman, there's really the Lyman Town Hall, and there's really not a whole lot of development, if you will. So I would imagine there are different resources available locally from Littleton versus Lyman, who doesn't have a police officer, doesn't have, they don't have a police station. Whereas Littleton is a much more developed area. So yeah, I would agree with that. Yes.
Thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Given that it in RSA 446:31, like the chair had mentioned regarding muzzling and restraint of dogs, as a potential remedy, do you think that the court might or could possibly find a remedy to be that a dog be muzzled and also attend behavior modification classes, or some sort of other remedy that before euthanasia?
Yeah, and again, I having been doing this on behalf of somebody who is in the courts every day, works in the courts, I would have to imagine that was pursued. I don't have a definitive answer for that, but knowing a little bit of the background and how we got here, I would be surprised if those avenues were pursued, or surprised if those avenues did not. I'm surprised if he didn't try all the avenues that were available to him. That's probably what I should say.
Representative Bixby.
So you said that that there's a fine levied. Was that fine levied by the municipality, or was that levied by the court?
I don't have an answer for that.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out whether this was actually seen by a judge who determined the disposition, or whether it was not actually brought to court, because that could make a difference in terms of the section of law that the chairperson cited. The difference between having it settled within just by law enforcement or settled in court makes a really a big difference. And one of the things since we do have that section of law, it does give the court a fair amount of discretion in terms of what they deem a remedy. So I feel like I'm hesitant to require euthanasia have it supersede what could be done with judicial supervision.
Sure. And I will, I'm taking notes here, and I'm going to make sure that these get followed up, from his experience and where he went on that. Certainly.
Representative Smart.
Did your friend talk to the state vet at all to see what the state statute was on vicious dogs or dogs?
That
who bite?
I don't know if he's talked to the vet per se, but I know that he did research, did his own research on the statute.
Because the line that you put in, section B, was that line 8 through 12, is the law already, as far as I know. At least it was 50 years ago when I worked in the field.
Yeah, that's when we worked with OLS and said this is where we want. They
It's already
they
there.
added that. Well, no, they added the stuff in bold. 8 through 12 is what OLS added in the bill in the
Because that-
LSR.
Yeah, and
That covers the law, though.
well, RSA 466:31-A has a number of penalties for first offense, $25, second offense, $100, and the $100 for the first vicious offense, $400 for the second or subsequent vicious offenses committed within 12 months. So there is a schedule of, penalties, and they have also any person who pays a civil forfeiture specified in the above paragraph 2 times in any 12-month period, according to the records of the town or city clerk, may not pay a civil forfeiture for subsequent violations. But she'll have those cases disposed of in district or municipal court. So as there are subsequent attacks, it would seem that they would eventually end up in court with this, and the court would then decide what would have to happen with the animal. So I think this is all pretty well covered in 466:31-A.
What I'm going to do is I'll take this back, and he's the one that, like I said, I did this on behalf of a constituent, and
Sure.
we'll see if I maybe misrepresented but I don't think so. I really do think that he covered it. So we'll find out where he's
Okay.
looking for.
Thank you.
All right.
Any other questions? No?
All right. Thank you
All right,
very
thank
much.
you. I'll call Robert Johnson from New Hampshire Farm Bureau. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, Rob Johnson, representing New Hampshire Farm Bureau as the Federation's policy director.
Thank you.
This bill really grabbed the attention of our membership when they saw it, for particularly what it could mean for working dogs, just doing the job they are trained. The proposed language we see is quite inflexible. 2 times, regardless of circumstances. As Representative Bixby mentioned earlier, there's little discretion there, and the existing statute does provide that. I wanted to also draw to your attention to another RSA, but may, I think, address this particular situation, if I understood it correctly, that the sponsor cited. That's RSA 466:28, titled Killing Dogs Legalized. It reads, any person may kill a dog that suddenly assaults the person while such person is peaceably walking or riding without the enclosure of its owner or keeper. And any person may kill a dog that is found out of the enclosure or immediate care of its owner or keeper, worrying, wounding, or killing sheep, lambs, fowl, or other domestic animals. And I'll leave my testimony at that. And as always, appreciate your time and attention.
Hey, thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, I'd like to call Stacy Ober. Put your microphone on.
Good afternoon, Chair Aaron, members of the committee. My name's Stacy Ober. I'm the New England Manager of Government Relations for the American Kennel Club. We were founded in 1884. We're a nonprofit that's widely recognized as an expert in canine health, breeding, and training. And we advocate for the purebred dog as a family companion and promote the ideals of responsible ownership. We represent over 5,000 dog clubs nationally, including 13 here in New Hampshire, which represent thousands of constituent dog owners. We too have concerns about HB 1173 and the way it's been drafted in terms of requiring the court to label as vicious and euthanize any dog that attacks humans or domestic animals, resulting in the puncture or tearing of skin 2 or more times in a 12-month period. If you read the bill, it basically is referring in line 10 that this shall be per se evidence, so strict liability. And we do support and believe dog owners should be responsible for their dogs. And we do support laws that establish a fair process by which specific dogs are identified as dangerous based on stated measurable actions and imposing appropriate penalties on irresponsible owners. We do believe it's important to establish a well-defined method for dealing with dogs proven to be dangerous. But as written, 1173 would eliminate the court's fair process of determining on a case-by-case basis whether the dog was provoked, engaged in the protection of other animals or property or its own domain, or they were responding to a situation where the victim might have been trespassing on the owner's property. So there are a number of conditions or circumstances when a dog might attack, and one could consider that as appropriate or reasonable for them to do so. And our belief is that, as written, the current law would allow that type of discretion in front of the court. I'm not clear in listening to the bill sponsor whether or not the individuals who had this unfortunate situation of repeated attacks were unable to file a complaint in court or not, after understanding that civil fines had been paid for the prior injuries. But by doing so and making this basically just strict liability, the bill fails to recognize working dogs such as police canines, for instance, livestock guardian dogs, and others. So our understanding is that 466-31A would provide the court with the appropriate penalty discretion in these cases. And it's unclear from the testimony to me what in fact was missing in terms of the ability to do that. On the municipal level, I am aware that there are municipalities who have adopted ordinances that may, and I'm just speaking from my experience in reviewing municipal ordinances and statutes across New England, based on an attack. There may be conditions around confinement, for instance, restricting the release of a dog from confinement only by someone who's not a minor, requiring additional homeowners insurance, certain provisions if there is a pattern of a dog engaging in inappropriate, vicious conduct. And that due process or fair process in terms of some model language can in fact include a process where that label is even removed after behavior modification or other training. So I'm just sharing that from what I've seen in other jurisdictions, if it's of benefit to the committee.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you. That was
Thank
a
you.
lot. I appreciate it. Angela Ferrari.
One day. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Angela Ferrari again, dog owners of the Granite State. The great thing about not having to go first is so many important facts have already been stated to you that I don't need to repeat. Just going to highlight a few things with comparing this bill to current law. It seems that, as has already been stated under 466:31A penalties, that we do have a avenue to address these type of issues. Already mentioned in there is if within a 12-month period, vicious behavior is seen within up to 2 times, that this can be brought to the court. And I think it's more important to know that we do have that avenue to pursue where we can have a court assess the situation, because right now where we would be removing judicial discretion and undermining the due process rights of the owners of these dogs if we were immediately going to jump to euthanasia in the case of these situations. As stated by others, there are oftentimes instances where it may have been appropriate for the puncture or tearing of skin by a dog that wouldn't result in the need for euthanasia necessarily. A few other things that came to mind as I was thinking about this bill is, what about the case of a dog fight where 2 different individuals may be intervening to separate the dogs and both were bit or their skin was torn during that event, and that would actually be 2 different instances of that type of tearing of skin in a 12-month period. Would then they be able to go to the court and say this dog needs to be euthanized, even though it was only in the case of one technical event, but 2 different people had their skin torn? And, dogs do fight. I have Dobermans. Although they generally always get along, there are the cases when they decide to have a little scuffle. And I tell you that I don't try to get in between them because they're not going to intentionally bite me or hurt me, but they're animals, they're in the moment, and it could happen. And if there is a dog fight, you often see 2 people who are going to try and get in there, separate the dogs, and put themselves at risk. That could put the dog or dogs at jeopardy if this bill was to move forward. There's other cases where one dog may instigate a fight. And this is why I don't bring my dogs to dog parks. One, having Dobermans, if one dog starts something, if my dog was to finish it, they're going to be the one that looks like the problem dog just because the stigmatism of the breed. But in general, if one dog was to instigate a situation, but other dogs are protecting themselves, and they were to in turn bite the dog that instigated the situation, if multiple dogs were to instigate, you could also then have instances where now we're starting to rack up potential charges against the dog within that 12-month period. And these would just be examples of things that, can happen with animals that could be making these type of decisions for themselves just to protect themselves. Mentioned previously with the working dogs by Mr. Johnson from the Farm Bureau, their job is to protect the property, and there are domestic animals involved in that situation as well. So not to continue on too much further, I would take any questions, but we do feel that this is already covered well under the laws that we already have in place. Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Ferrari? No,
Thank
thank
you
you
very
very
much.
much. Appreciate it. Would call now Nancy Holmes to speak on this bill. Welcome again.
Thank you. Name's Nancy Holmes. I'm still from New Boston, except I don't ever go home. My husband may change my mind on that. But anyway, I'm here on my behalf and also that of Jay Finizzi. Hopefully you all have written testimony from Jay. And he asked me to correct with you a typo that was in the 3rd paragraph of his testimony. You'll see RSA 431-A. And it was intended to be 466-31A. So he sent me a copy of his testimony so I could see it, and I went, oh, I think you sent in a typo. So he probably like me has a sticky key somewhere that doesn't actually type when he hits it. Anyway, he brought up 2 points that I found pretty germane. Is that we have in law, let's see if I can find it now here, is let's see, RSA 467 in its entirety alludes to and acknowledges the fact that liability belongs to the owners of trespassing livestock. So for instance, if the neighbor's free-range chickens are in your dog pen and your dog decides to have chicken for dinner, it's not your dog's fault. And so somewhere in his testimony, he also states that there is a law that has information on how dogs will stand their ground on their territory, that they will defend their territory from either stray animals or people. I believe our current law is sufficient and that the problem may be that it is not being enforced. The new edition strictly states that no matter what, dog bites twice, it's dead. Our current law states that if your dog has bitten people or animals or whatever, the court shall decide for the disposition of the animal. If a man comes on your property and attempts to take a kid, and you can pick goat or child as you please, and your dog bites the heck out of that guy, is your dog a vicious dog? I mean, there's so many different reasons. If your livestock guardian dog takes out a dog that's trying to eat the sheep, is your dog a vicious dog or is it doing its job? Our current law takes all of that into consideration, that there are situations where dogs are doing their job when they bite. There's other situations, of course, where a dog is out of control. It is not under the control of its owner. It is not on its own property. And that's where our current law comes into place. It says a judge should make a determination on what should happen to that dog. You know, some people may be willing to put their dog in a 6x10 covered pen that it can't escape from and keep their dog that way to keep the public safe. You don't know. A judge could take something like that into consideration. I think strictly mandating that a dog dies simply for having bitten somebody twice, I think the police would have a hard time with that if their police dogs were put down for that. I think puppy owners would have a hard time with that. Those people who are raising puppies of a breed that is a mouthy, bitey kind of dog that you've got to work with. And I'm saying some of you may be able to think of those. That would be terrible to say, okay, your puppy has to die because it's bitten 2 kids. But, you know, and somebody asked, I don't remember, Representative Bisky asked about rehabilitating a dog. And the answer is, from what I can see and what I have handled, if you have a dog that does not have any bite inhibition, that is, it does not control the strength of its bite when it uses its mouth, you may be able to gain control of that dog's behavior by putting it under your strict control, but you probably are not ever going to stop that situation where the dog is going to use a full bite if it determines it's going to bite. This is something you teach baby puppies, that, oh, humans are delicate, you can't put teeth on us, you know, and we'll really be upset and hurt. And adult dogs teach puppies this too. They whack them around if they bite them too hard, and they give them a hard time. So puppies learn to control their mouth. A puppy that is raised and does not learn that, when they get to be an adult, they're going to use their full bite. So I think if you ever watch the Dog Whisperer program, you'll see that he is not teaching the dogs not to bite. He's teaching the owners how to control the dogs, which is a very different thing. So anyway, that's my point on this. I think our current law is perfectly fine and allows for judicial discretion. And you know, the fact that this did not occur for the person up north, that it never made it to court, I think that it's an enforcement issue, not a law is not right issue. So I've yapped on long enough. If you've got any questions, happy to answer them.
Thank you, appreciate it, and thank you for bringing forth the comments for Mr. Finney, who
Yeah.
can't be here. I do want to comment that, I'm looking through RSA 467 in its entirety. And it does talk about the owners of bulls and stallions and rams and wild boars and the liability. And yes, in its entirety and what this RSA speaks of, it is true that it alludes to and acknowledges the fact that the liability does belong to the owners of the trespassing livestock. So if you have a dog that is trespassing on your property and running around and biting your kids, that's a problem. And that is something that law enforcement
Yep.
needs to be told about.
Yeah.
So,
I would take a wild guess and say that dog that up north that is causing such issues has an expanded view of what its territory is.
mhm.
Just because it's the dog's truth doesn't mean it's the right one. But I think that sounded like what was going on to me from what I heard.
Thank you. Any questions from Representative Murray?
I actually don't have a question for the speaker. I had just a question about testimony from the previous speaker.
Sure. Representative.
No, Ms. Ober.
Oh, Ms. Ober.
Yeah.
Sorry.
If you're done with me, I'll let her have the chair.
Representative Dutsey.
Oh, darn.
Ms. Holmes, do you know what you mentioned, we hear often, one of non-enforcement or, lax enforcement. Do you know of any training programs for law enforcement on our animal control laws? Or is that something that we should be considering? Is it, I'm not sure, is it part of like the training program at NHTI, for
I'm
law
thinking
enforcement?
that there was a training program or a partial one. I think the person that might be able to answer that is Commissioner Jasper from the Department of Agriculture. I think that might have been one of the places that, and I think one of the humane societies maybe had training programs for handling the laws, but it wouldn't have been mandatory. It would have been, voluntary. I think the police, just like many others, have a lot on their plate and what they know. And it always behooves like an owner to, if your dog is attacked, it behooves you to know what the law is about getting recourse for it, or at the very least finding a lawyer who can do that for you. I'm sorry, I hope that makes sense. Anyone else?
And
We're good.
Stacy?
Stacy.
Ms. Ober, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just was curious, did you submit electronic testimony? I couldn't find electronic testimony on the things that you stated, or do you have?
I submitted written.
Written.
I submitted one written testimony with a paragraph on each of the bills this afternoon.
Okay, thank you
But it
very
didn't
much.
go in electronically because I didn't get it approved till late yesterday. And I got up early this morning to be here.
So
So
that one document applies to all of the bills today.
correct. There,
Okay.
it's segmented. I don't know. Did you get a written copy? I have extras.
I think I did, and I just put it with the
Sure.
other, so.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Was that all?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm out of pink cards. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak on this bill? Mr. Ehrenberg?
Yeah, Kurt Ehrenberg with the Humane Society of the United States. I did sign in as opposed to the bill. I think it's totally unnecessary. I did want to help out with the question of training of animal control officers. There is a 1-week training every summer at UNH in Durham. As a graduate of that, I should know who puts it on and how you get, but I'll get you that information. In terms of the police academy offering it, that's a good question. I'm not sure it happens now. So again, members of this committee should be aware, there are holes in the system and we should look at how we can fix them. So I appreciate those questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
And just if you have a pink card, we'd appreciate it too. Thank you. Any other persons interested in weighing in on this bill today? Seeing none, I'd like the blue sheet. Thank you, Representative Dutsey. And let me just quick check what we have online. Okay, appreciate it. We have 3 people on the blue sheet opposed to this bill. And yeah. And this 173. And online in the portal, we have 21 opposed and 2 that support this bill. Okay. And I'm going to close out the hearing for HB 1173. We have until 2 o'clock for the hearing for 1501, so we're going to take a break. Thank you. Mr. Johnson, can you come here for a sec? I'm going to get started with our hearing for HB 1501. So I am going to ask our bill sponsor, Representative Hull, to come and introduce this bill to our committee. Good afternoon and welcome to Environment and Agriculture and to Dog Days.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. Representative Hull, serving the towns of Dunbarton, Hooksett, Allenstown, and Epsom. I think this is my 10th year at the State House, and I've never been before this committee, so this is a first. What started as a simple request grew into a multi-page document. I wish our farms did as well as OLS did in drafting a very long document. We would have plentiful fruit and other harvest. This was simply a request to repeal the requirement to pay $6 or $7 every year. The email to them said, let's get rid of the dog tax. Every year, every dog owner in the state has to pay a fee to keep their pet. We don't do this for other animals. We do this effectively for dogs only. I understand the need for rabies vaccinations. I get that. That was part of the repeal. That's not what I'm asking for. I'm asking to get rid of the annual fee. Dogs can be licensed once, but there's no need to continue to do this. The pet owners and the veterinarians can take care of the ensuring that the vaccinations are happening. There's no need to go print, stamp, email bills around, etc. every year to chase down $6 or $7. A better requirement would be to require these to be licensed once. That license is good for the life of the dog, and let the dog owner and the veterinarian take care of the annual shots that are necessary instead of going through the trouble to have this fee come every April. Secondly, I'm not sure how this happened, but outside agencies are the ones sending in the information to collect these fees now. This isn't coming directly from my town clerk. The town clerks are working with other outside groups to do the billing for this in violation of current law, because this information should not be transmitted to anybody else. I don't care that people don't know that I own a dog. I've got pictures of my dog. It's on Facebook. It's on Twitter. But our law says this information should not be available to other people. So there's clearly an issue there as well of personal privacy. So what started as a simple request to eliminate the $6 or I guess now $7 fee every year turned into a multi-page document. I would ask that the document that was turned in not be, this was that whole OLS rush at the end of the filing period where things were not getting done in time, that we look at the bill simply to to eliminate the requirement to re-license a dog every year. Thank you.
Questions from the committee? Okay, good. Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do the fees that are collected for dog registration fund anything dog related in the towns or the state?
They do fund things within the state, absolutely. That's a benefit to all the citizens in the state, not just the dog owners, right? This should be funded out of the general fund. I sit on the finance committee. A much better appropriation would be to make sure those activities are funded by the general population and not just those who own dogs.
So if your suggestion is that we license the dog first, one time,
One time.
and then after that, they're sort of on the honor system, whether or not they're going to vaccinate their dog or not?
Well, the vet would presumably be very interested in the health of the dog. The dog owner would be very interested in the health of the dog. Everybody knows that if a dog gets rabies, you're putting the dog down. So there's lots of reasons, especially for dogs that spend any time in the woods, why you would go proactively get this done. But I'm not sure that requires government oversight in all of this. I think this is something that could easily be managed between the veterinarian and the individual pet owner.
That's okay. That's Representative Murray. Question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm curious to know whether or not you did mention some statewide efforts for public benefit programs, but what about local vaccine clinics or efforts like that? Is part of the fee going to local efforts as well?
I had one person contact me and did some research where these fees were going. I did not look at all of that. There might be people in the audience who have a better understanding of how we divvy up this $7. I think the point is, why are we taxing one pet? I like my dog. Liberty's a great dog, great pet for the kids. But this is not something I can understand the payment for getting the little stamp on the whatever, the little tag on the front, putting it on their collar if they ever get away. All of that makes sense. Dogs tend to roam more than cats, for instance. But for instance, I've seen cats that belong, right? No collar, no nothing, are out walking around between neighborhoods. Why aren't we doing the same for cats? Now, we do allow local municipalities to do this by requiring that they have a tag and the tag be on them. That helps us find the owner. I'm okay with that. That's not the problem. The problem is we continue to pay this every year, and it's a fixed fee, so it's disproportionate in terms of the costs to the lower income families. I think we can do a single registration once and then leave the responsibility for the vaccination between the owners and their veterinarians.
Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking my questions. I have two. I notice that the animal population control program would be eliminated, according to the Department of
Well, as I said, the request and what came out of legislative services are completely out of sync. Starting on page 5, line 18 and following, repeals an enormous number of stuff. I was simply asking to repeal the requirement to have the license annually.
But yet this is the bill that's before us.
I hear that, and if you need me to help draft an amendment that gets rid of the annual requirement, I can go to LLS. They were scrambling at the end of the filing period to get all of this in by a deadline. And I don't know how this came to be. I agree I signed off because I had the option of signing off or killing the bill, and I signed it off as is. If you would like me to get an amendment that simply eliminates the requirement to continue to re-license your dog in subsequent years, I can get that drafted for you.
Follow up, if I may.
Follow up, yep.
Secondly, I'm concerned that we're hearing testimony about dogs out of control and people and animals being bitten. And I wonder if you think that human behavior being what it is, that relying on owners to do the right thing and get their vaccinations and all the rest is going to help the problem that we've been listening to here today.
So I apologize. I was not here to hear all of the prior testimony relative to dog biting and whatever. Most of the pet owners I know are very responsible pet owners, so I don't necessarily see that issue. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but from where I stand, the groups of people that I hang out with tend to be very responsible adults, and they take care of their pets. And so part of this, the issue might be real. I'm not saying it isn't. I don't know how big it is, so I can't speak to that.
Thank you.
Representative Bixby.
Are you aware that the amount of money from the dog license that goes to the municipality is there as insurance against damage done by dogs that are running loose?
If you say so, I believe that could be the case.
Thank you.
Representative Howard.
I'm sorry. I forgot what I was going to ask. I
No
apologize.
problem.
All right, well, we'll go to Representative Dutsey and then come back to you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So if we pass this bill, so we do away with the dog license, where is there in the bill what the charge would be for a one-time license, and how would that be done?
I would leave the charge at the $7 for the initial license and
For the life of the dog?
for the life of the dog. That means that we have to come up with the other money that is then was generated in prior years with the annual license via something through the state budget.
Follow up?
Follow up, yep.
Okay, are you aware that several years ago we had a bill to raise the dog license fee from $5 to $5.50 a year? And that was going to fund an animal abuse fund for cities and towns that looked the other way on animal abuse because they couldn't afford to take care of the animals. And that was voted down 1 penny a week, less than a penny a week, because as we all know, death are taxes. So I don't understand, if the legislature didn't want to fund 1 penny a week, how we're going to get, I don't know, $500,000 out of the general fund.
So I may not have been in at that point, but there is a difference between demanding that the dog owners pay 50 cents more and funding the necessary item, right? I think you're conflicting the generation of revenue and how and where it's spent. There's lots of ways that we can tax the citizens. The dog owners tend to be a little bit upset about continuing to have the dogs be taxed. So that 50-cent increase was real. It was a 10% increase. And that's probably why it was voted down. There's no reason why in our $6+ billion annual budget, we can't find the $500,000 or whatever the final number is to fund some of these things. It does benefit every citizen across the state. I don't think the dog owners should be the ones bearing 100% of that burden.
Representative Howard.
Apologies for that little glitch. I don't have a dog, and I haven't registered a dog in a long time, so I might be off a little bit on this. But is the fact that the dog got the rabies shot attached to their record, and if they to their registration? So when we do it annually, do we get the shot and then we go register the dog?
Yeah, you get the shot, you register the dog. That latest stamped collar shows that you've gone to the trouble to go to your vet, get your vet record sent to your clerk, have your clerk issue a tag, and then put the tag on. That's what that shows evidence of.
Follow up?
Follow up?
So, is there a way, if we were to register the dog once, is there a way to attach the rabies records to that one registration so that if someone were to find your dog and look him up or somehow would know that he was up to date on his vaccinations?
So I don't believe those records are online right now. They might be. I don't believe you can go look up a dog ID and figure out whether it's vaccinated or not. I think this ultimately comes down to contacting the owner and or the town clerk and or the vet that's tied to that record. I don't believe there's any reason we couldn't have the dog tag that has a number and that information be available that says this dog's name is X or her name is X, and that information ties to a vet that was at the time of registration, contact this vet. Now, that vet may not be the current vet, I get it, but at the time that the dog was registered, they used the Hooksett Veterinary Clinic. And from there, that person can say, I know who the owner is, we'll contact them. There's a bunch of ways to look up that information. I don't know that this requires the fee to be every year.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are there circumstances in which perhaps maybe a law enforcement officer or somebody else would come to the town hall and ask for proof of registration and vaccine in the event of there being an issue? And so I'll stop there and then I have a follow-up.
So I believe this information is not to be shared, is my understanding. I believe a police officer doing their line of duty might need to get access to that information as well. If they found a dog, for instance, they may have called the town clerk and say, I have dog that has license, whatever, 12-367. Can you tell me who the owner is so I can get the dog returned?
Follow up.
And is there not another circumstance in which maybe the dog has bitten somebody and they are trying to discern whether or not the animal is up to date or has been vaccinated?
Absolutely. And if there's a tag on the dog, we can trace down back to the owner and or to the veterinarian and find out whether that record is accurate. There's no reason we have to force the owners to continue to get these tags and put the tags on the dogs to show compliance.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Representative Hull, for presenting this bill. And I would call Stacy Ober to come and speak. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Chair Aaron, members of the committee. Stacy Ober with the American Kennel Club. And wanted to just go on record and say that AKC believes it's important that responsible ownership tools be preserved, such as dog licenses. And we don't support repealing the requirement that dogs be registered annually. In addition to the funding questions that have been proposed, the function of the dog license includes following, for instance, a change of ownership. So by virtue of having to annually register in town, there's a insurance, so to speak, that the dog is on record with the town, or if a dog is deceased, then you would know, okay, this dog is no longer in town, or where it resides in the event there's a fire and fire department's responding, how many dogs are in the house. There's a desire to have that accurate count. And as I was listening to testimony from the sponsor with regard to whether or not there's a need after your first registration, in the event you had, let's say, a serious injury from a dog attack, or maybe a dog that bit and for some reason wasn't up to date on its rabies, for instance. My experience with some of these horrible incidences are that owners are not necessarily forthcoming in that type of a scenario to say, yes, I am the owner. There was an attack of a dog in Maine, for instance, and that owner took off from the site rather than take responsibility for their dog and for the situation. So I do think there is value in having an annual dog license and ensuring that it's accurate and up to date for the town. In addition to a veterinary practice not being open or available, and the ability to ensure that the rabies vaccine, which typically expires every 3 years and you have to renew it, is just part of responsible dog ownership and a valuable tool. So we support keeping it in place.
Thank you. Representative Bixby.
So we just heard a bill this morning about vicious dog attacks. Does the licensing requirement help in preventing, bringing those who are responsible for vicious dogs to justice to make sure that they appropriately restrain their dogs in the future and are responsible for the dog's ownership?
Well, I just think the dog license, because it's current, is a confirmation of who the current owner is, and that's a valuable piece of information. In the event of, yes, an attack like that, or if there was a vicious dog that had been labeled that way, you would certainly want to know who the owner was and have that accurate record. And to be certain it hadn't been, transferred to somebody else, for instance.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would you also say that there's a public health benefit to the fee, to ensuring that there's an opportunity for the public to receive local vaccine clinics, if there are any, and other services around the health and well-being of animals?
Yeah, I know that dog license fees have been typically used for, can be used for animal control training. They can be used for spay-neuter programs. I think New Hampshire Dogs, who will be testifying after me on the bill, will probably provide you with the details relative to how that money is used from a public safety standpoint here in New Hampshire.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony this afternoon. And I call Eric Olson. Hi. Put your microphone on. Just press the button. There you go.
Hello?
Yep.
Okay, thanks. Aside from finding it generally objectionable that I should need a license to have a dog or get taxed to have a dog, I think practically speaking, this is counterproductive. The only reason that my town knows that I have a dog is because I brought my dog in to get a rabies shot. That's the point at which they gather that information and give it to the town. If I value my privacy or don't want to pay the fee or don't want to have to go in and deal with the town on this matter, the only way I can avoid that is to not get the rabies shot. This is an incentive to not get it. I don't see how this would in any way encourage people to get it. All they would end up doing is paying more tax. As far as keeping track of people, track of owner, track of whether or not the dog has rabies, that's what the little tags on the dog do. If you are responsible enough to get a shot and put a tag and put your phone number and contact information on your animal, people are going to be able to find you and know that it got a shot and know when and by what doctor. If you're not responsible to do that and you don't put a tag on, nobody's going to know that information whether you paid a license fee or not, because they're not going to know whose dog it is to look up that license. So this entire thing seems kind of counterproductive. I would also question how worthwhile gathering funds in this manner is. You're gathering, what, $6 or $7. You have the staff of the hospital going and recording this information, relaying it to the town. The town is recording it. Then the town sending me out a letter telling me that I have to come in and write a check for this $6. How many people's time, effort, and postage is wasted collecting $7? This just seems like a really ineffective way to, couldn't some other tax just be $7 higher? That's all. Thanks.
Any
I
questions?
just have a point of clarification.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. I'm also acting as clerk today, so if you wouldn't mind, are you here representing yourself or another organization or?
Just myself.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Dutsey.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. So if $7, and I agree, it's a little bit of money, what if we did an average age of a dog, let's say 13 years, and we multiplied that by 7, and so it was a one-time fee of, let me do it in my head, what's that, $91 a year? Would that be preferable to you?
I would object to any kind of a dog license or fee. I don't really think it's the town's business whether or not I have a dog. And as far as like tracking for liability or anything, people are already liable and held responsible for what their pets do.
So
Could I have one follow-up?
Sure.
So I assume you're also against driver's licenses because that involves a fee, and you're also against auto registration fees, because that involves, I mean, auto registration is annual. I think a license is every 5 years, so you would be against that also?
I don't see what that has. Those are completely different things. You're actually interacting with other people on the road, and there's a whole bunch of other stuff that goes into driver's licenses, and we use them for all kinds of other things. You could make all kinds of arguments about that, but I don't see how they're really relevant to this. This specific license doesn't seem to actually do anything.
Okay, so then you would be fine with your dog not having any kind of tag, and if it got loose and then bit somebody, then there would be no way for animal control who caught your dog to trace the dog back to you.
No, of course not. My dog has tags and had tags long before the town knew I had a dog and assessed me a fee for it. My dog has my address, my phone number, as well as the rabies tags, and show when and where that rabies vaccine was given. I absolutely want people to know that it's my dog and return it to me and let me know what's going on with it if anything should happen or if she got away. And I think I would expect that to be nearly universal amongst people who own dogs. I don't think this is a problem, and I don't know of this being a problem in places where they don't have dog licenses.
So you're assuming that everybody is going to follow the same protocol that you do? If they didn't have to get a rabies vaccine and get tags, what if they decided they didn't want to put any tags on their dog? And the dog gets out and bites somebody, there's no way to trace the animal back to the owner and find out whether or not the dog was vaccinated or who owns it or whatever.
Yes, but that's true whether or not there's a fee. In fact, the fee, we want all the dogs to get their rabies shots. I do. I want my dog to have a rabies shot. I want the other dogs to have a rabies shot. And I want people to know that and see it on the tag. But by attaching a fee and an extra process to it, and you have the personal information and privacy issue, by adding all of this extra stuff, you're disincentivizing people from doing that. Am I more or less likely to want to go in and get the rabies shot if I know I'm going to be harassed by the town and charged a fee for doing it? How would that encourage me to get the rabies shot? How is it going to encourage other dog owners to get the rabies shot? Now, obviously, I'm going to get it anyway because it's an important thing to do. But I don't think it seems to me that the stated intention of this is not really aligned with actually achieving that goal. It seems like it's doing the opposite to me.
Okay. Any other questions from the committee? See none. Thank you for coming and speaking with us this
Thanks.
afternoon. I'd like to call Nancy Holmes.
Good afternoon again. For the record, my name is Nancy Holmes. I'm up here today from New Boston. I want to talk about what a good thing it is to have dogs licensed in this state. Our dog licensing program is important beyond the recovery of lost or stray pets, which is also important. A little closer to me? Okay. I thought you might be tired of me. Because we license our dogs, New Hampshire is one of the few states that has vastly reduced the production of unexpected, unwanted, and unplanned litters by portions of the fee funding our spay-neuter fund. Our dog licensing also helps fund the diagnostics lab, and within our towns, money from the tag goes into our town coffers to help pay for animal control issues. And I believe somebody mentioned that it goes into helping handle the costs of a dog causing damages. So it would actually because getting a license is proof of current rabies vaccine. Our pets and their owners are safer. I want you to cast your minds back to when this bill happened, that the rabies vaccine and dog licensing were tied together. The reason this was done is because people were not vaccinating their pets against rabies. And it was determined that this was an extremely important thing to have done because we do have rabies in New Hampshire. So that there was a reason behind that whole connection. And it's now, I think it's electronic now, that the information goes from the vet to most of the towns, and they just have it online to handle to when you come in to license your pet. That long list of RSAs that would be canceled, that's the list of unintended consequences. You know, everybody's went, well, why is this long list of RSA? Because that's what would no longer be needed or would no longer be able to happen if you take away the dog licensing fee. Trying to think if there's anything else that I had here for you. Oh, if anybody's town has a dog tag that actually lasts for an entire year on their dog, I am so jealous. I can't imagine one that, or the cost of one that would actually last for the lifetime of a dog. I haven't had it. I mean, I bought a absolute dog proof, guaranteed to keep the tag on the dog's collar from a dog supply catalog. And both my dogs removed them from their collars within about a half an hour of having the tags attached. So I'm jealous if somebody's got tags that actually stay on. That's interesting. But you know, I think that that the law as it stands, particularly with the rise in people who are against vaccinations of any type, I think the law as it stands really protects our pets and our people from the dangers of rabies, and that the dog owners shoulder the burden of things like the spay-neuter fund and the diagnostics lab that all animals benefit from. But there's absolutely nothing preventing towns, except the outcry, from having the same thing done for cats. But I think right now, with just the dogs' contributions, we're doing an awful lot of good in this state. And I think it would be a shame to end that just because somebody finds it too difficult to write a small check to their town to get a license for their dog. Be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the committee? Nope, seeing none. Thank you. And I call Angela Ferrari from Dogs.
Thank you.
One more thing, I seriously hope that the stuff I submitted through the portal actually gets to you.
I'm looking at it now.
Oh, good. Like, you know, electronic is so much better than carrying paper.
All right, good afternoon. Angela Ferrari, Dog Owners of the Granite State. Here to talk a little bit about repealing the requirement to register dogs annually and dive into a little bit of the facts behind some of the funds that we have. Dog Owners does oppose this bill, but the Animal Population Control Fund, or program I should say, contributes extensively to, as Nancy mentioned, the prevention of having stray animals due to unwanted litters and things like that. And that fund has done such a great job over the years that we've actually had to start bringing in animals from other states to provide to support the demands of what people want for dogs and cats in our state. Also, we recently had a bill, which you probably remember, that transferred some of the money from the Animal Population Control Program to our New Hampshire Veterinary Diagnostic Laboratory Fund, because we did have a surplus in there due to how well that that program has done. And both of those are funded by the licenses that are received annually from dog licenses. In general, it's a little over $1 million that comes in annually to the state of New Hampshire from those fees from the licenses and gets dispersed into the various funds, including what the municipalities get as their small portion of that fee for their administrative duties, and then additionally any money that would go into their general fund. The New Hampshire Veterinary Diagnostic Laboratory would lose around $95,000 of that annually. And that's a really important program that we have. Currently, that a diagnostic laboratory is studying the respiratory illness that you've likely heard about in New Hampshire that's been affecting a lot of dogs, not just in New Hampshire, out of the state as well, but New Hampshire. And that lab is one of the places that is collecting samples from around the country to try to determine what the cause of that illness is and what we can do to resolve that. So those are just a few of the impacts that removing this license fee could have, knowing that we would still get the license fee for, you know, the first year of the dog. We know we would see a significant drop in the funds available for these different programs. As you've heard, you know, in regards to rabies itself, huge public safety concerns if there isn't that tracking mechanism to ensure people are getting the dogs their rabies vaccines. In years past and even coming up next, we're going to be talking about how do we reduce what is required to get a rabies vaccine or allowing exemptions on rabies vaccines. We've heard bills about not getting rabies vaccines with the ability to titer for rabies, which is something we can do for other diseases, but isn't approved yet in the United States for rabies. So whether, you know, we want to allow citizens to say, I'm going to do it, I promise, we know that there's already a drive towards how can we reduce the amount of rabies vaccines we're putting into our dogs. So if we're taking away the annual process that's ensuring that those vaccines are happening, we are going to be opening up the ability for people to avoid those vaccines even more so than what we're seeing them try to do today. Now, I understand that a lot of it has to do with how do we save the individual dog owner some money? $7 a year, maybe you have a couple dogs, it starts to add up. Am I excited to pay my dog's licensing bills every year? No. But I still do it. I know it's going to my town, which I appreciate the town that I live in and what they do for us. That money isn't going to just disappear. It's going to get repurposed, or not repurposed, but you're going to receive that bill in another form. If we're moving it from the municipality over to the veterinarian, well, now they have to start tracking which dogs have their licenses or had their rabies vaccines, when they're due. They have to start making communication to the people and make sure that the dogs are receiving the vaccines and doing that tracking mechanism that the towns are currently doing. Guarantee we're going to see an increase in the cost of that rabies vaccine through your veterinarian. So do we want to take it away from the town so it feels like you're not spending $7, transfer it to the veterinarian, where you're still going to get that fee in one way or another? And then people can just transfer vets as a means to avoid that. You can ignore your vet, but can you ignore your town clerk who's going to send the animal control officer to your house if you have not let them know that your dog died or paid your license fee with proof of rabies vaccine? I usually find out from my town that my dog's rabies vaccine is coming up on its expiration date. And I say, oh, okay, Raleigh's going to need his rabies vaccine this year. I'm going to get him into the vet so that when I license him, I can provide that to them and I don't have to have them chase me down for it. So those are a few of the things. I'm trying to think if there was anything else. Oh, one of the other things, going back to public safety concerns, if somebody does get bit by a dog and it can't be proven that that dog has had its rabies vaccine, it can cost upwards of $4,000 per person just to go through the medical treatment to ensure that they aren't going to get rabies from a dog who may or may not have had its vaccine. So there's definitely extending costs that could come of this. And I think that pretty much covers everything that I had, but I would be up for any questions. Thank you.
Yeah, so my question is, do you see that instead of some people call this a dog tax, do you consider it more of a user fee? I mean, insofar as if you weren't paying your $7 a year for your dog, that some of these other the diagnostic lab and some of the other things that are funded by the dog licensing fee would then have to be borne by the general fund, the rest of the taxpayers in the state. So would you consider this to be more of a user fee since you have a dog and you have interest in the operation of the lab and that kind of thing going on in the state?
Yeah, I could definitely see it as more of a user fee. Also, as soon as we start asking all of the non-dog owners to approve monies coming from the general fund to go into things that aren't important to them, such as the animal population control or the diagnostic lab, we may start receiving pushback, and therefore the general fund may not be able to fund those programs any longer. So if that's going to be something that is part of having a dog, I think it would be only fair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony today. Is there anyone else? I have no more pink cards. Is there anyone else who's interested in speaking for or against this bill? Seeing none, thank you for getting the blue sheet, Representative Dutsey, and the online portal where people have been submitting their testimony. We have 2 people in support of HB 1501 and 22 opposed, with 1 neutral. And then on our blue sheet, we have 3 people opposed to HB 1501. And with that, I'm going to close out the hearing on HB 1501. And I will open up the hearing for HB 1556, which is relative to exemptions from the rabies vaccine. And here to introduce that bill to us is Representative Ammon. Welcome to Environment and Agriculture. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's good to be in front of your committee. And hello to the committee members. For the record, my name is Keith Ammon. I represent New Boston, Mount Vernon, and Lineborough, and it's District 42 in Hillsborough County. And I'm here to introduce House Bill 1556. It is rabies related, but it's a lot different than the previous bill, I think, that you heard. And I'll just set up my understanding of this. This bill is a constituent request, and that constituent is here and will present testimony. So we'll keep that in mind. This section of law was tweaked, I think, last year. And so this would be an additional tweak. This has to do with dogs that are sickly and in a health condition where vaccination may compromise their health condition further. So that's the narrow area that we're focused on. So these are old dogs or dogs with immune compromised conditions who get an exemption from the rabies shot. So they are exempted from it. But current statute requires the owner to treat the dog as if it has rabies. So these old and sickly dogs have to walk around with a muzzle whenever they go outside. That's really the key area that we would like to tweak, I believe. So there's some misunderstanding, I think, about how this bill would affect wildlife and agriculture. That it's narrowly focused to dogs that are sickly, and they already have an exemption from the rabies vaccine. They would still have to be leashed and under the physical direct control of the owner, but they would be exempt from having to wear a muzzle when they're outside on a hot July, August day, for example. It does strict some things about having the exemptions signed by the American College of Veterinary and Internal Medicine, a diplomate from that, and also the state veterinarian. And we can talk about, you know, whether that's the best approach or not. So I'll leave this bill to the committee, in the good hands of the committee, and I'd be happy to work with you if you find any things that need to be tweaked. And I will point out it is a bipartisan bill. Representative Burrows and myself are both sponsors. All right, without taking
Thank you.
questions.
Okay, so what I'm seeing is then we would be striking out the recommendation signed by the American College of Veterinary Internal Medicine diplomate and the state veterinarian. And we would also say that the exempted animals shall be maintained in strict rabies isolation under conditions that are at the discretion of the local rabies control authority until such time as the medical condition has been resolved and the animal can be immunized. So that's stricken, as well as when the animal's outdoors, it shall be muzzled in a manner approved by the local rabies control authority. So those three parts are stricken from the rabies vaccination exemption. So I'm just making that clear.
And that's a
Okay.
correct reading of the
Thank
bill.
you. Okay, good enough. Thanks.
Yeah, and just to reiterate, these dogs don't have rabies, and they have an exemption from the vaccine, but they're being treated as if they have rabies, right? That's kind of the
Right, because normally when, say, a dog has a horrible reaction to rabies vaccine, and the owner doesn't want to put their dog through getting those kinds of reactions, they can apply for an exemption for the animal. But then they haven't had the rabies vaccine, so they are then, it's possible that they could be carrying rabies. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I appreciate you being before the committee. Are you aware of there being a way to determine whether or not, aside from physical appearance and symptoms that may outwardly present themselves in an animal's disposition, if they were to contract rabies, are you aware of another way of determining that while the animal is still living?
I'm not an expert, so I don't know. I'd imagine that there probably are tests. The animal doesn't go outside on its own, so it's always under the control of the owner. So there is oversight. Not to be glib, but I could have rabies, right? Like, it's a thing that we can all get, and we just have to keep track of our contact with wildlife or other things that lead to that vector of disease. So.
Representative Murray.
Thank you for the follow-up. I guess, so my question is then, your request is to strike the muzzle requirements if an animal is out and about in the public, so not just in the home. So my question is, if an animal were to come in contact who is unvaccinated and potentially had, come into contact with another animal or, been exposed to rabies in some other way, is there a concern that there might possibly be an interaction and where rabies
I
could
think
be
that it's a
transmitted?
very remote possibility from just the way that I, imagine how things would go. I am a dog owner. I've had dogs that were sickly, and that at the end of their life, we try to make them as comfortable as possible. So,
Thank you.
Representative Dutsey.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know if you know the answer to this question, but, last year we did do the exemption for dogs that have a reaction. So if we strike out some of these clauses here, will that affect those animals also? Because a lot of them are younger, stronger animals, but they have a reaction. So they wouldn't have to be muzzled either? Because that would be a concern. Would this bill affect the requirements that we've set for those animals?
so it would apply to any dog that has this exemption, right? And just to reiterate, the leash requirement is still in there. It's just the muzzle requirement that would be removed for those dogs.
Okay, any questions? Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so are you aware that it was just last year that we changed the law from requiring the signature of the American College of Veterinary and Internal Medicine diplomate and the state veterinarian beyond the first granting of the exemption. So now those two signatures are only needed when the exemption is first granted. And that's something that we just put into law last year.
Yeah, I know this. So when I put the bill in for drafting, OLS made me aware that it was adjusted last year.
Okay.
And so we kind of worked with that, but I wasn't steeped in it at the time. So I'll take your word for it. It was the first exemption.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Representative Ammon.
Thank you.
Stacy Ober, American Kennel Club.
Good afternoon, Chair Aaron, members of the committee. Stacy Ober with the American Kennel Club. And on House Bill 1556, we do have concerns about the bill's attempt to loosen the requirements for exemption from the rabies vaccine, and in particular, to eliminate the requirement that a muzzle be used on an exempt dog when outdoors. If it was enacted, it would solely rely upon the exempt dog owner's voluntary compliance with the remaining requirement that the dog be on a leash at all times to ensure public safety. And I cannot overstate the seriousness of rabies, which is a potentially fatal zoonotic disease, most often transmitted through the bite of a rabid animal. Just Googling quick about rabies in New Hampshire and the incidence of that. An article came up that in November, 2 stray kittens in New Hampshire tested positive for rabies. And the authorities were working to identify people who may have been exposed to the rabies after these 2 stray kittens in North Conway tested positive for the disease. So a concerned citizen picked up the first kitten with rabies, took it to the Area Humane Society, New Hampshire Department of Public Health and Human Services. 2 veterinary practices cared for the kitten before it started exhibiting symptoms, and 2 days later it tested positive. Officials said the people who had direct contact with the infected kitten might require preventative treatment and were identified. So the reason I bring this up is, as a dog owner, for instance, obviously we all enjoy and appreciate that our dogs need exercise, and you want to be able to go out and let them off leash, maybe in a wooded area or something of that nature. If a dog has not been vaccinated for rabies, the route of transmission is a bite. And there are different types of muzzles available out there. Some of them you might think of as being a little bit constraining. Let's say you're going to run with your dog, get them some exercise. Can they breathe and perspire adequately? They do have something called a basket muzzle, which just sits on the nose and it allows the dog to open its mouth and pant and whatnot. So I just wanted to clarify that a muzzle doesn't have to be something that's restrictive, but it would in fact prevent a bite. If you had a dog that's muzzled, let's say it had a bite history or something of that nature, inevitably as the dog owner, you would never let it off the leash because it wouldn't be able to protect itself if something attacked it. So in our estimation, the highest priority is the muzzle, being on a dog that has clearly not been vaccinated for rabies. So I just wanted to make those couple of examples for you all, and I'm happy to take any questions that you might have.
Any questions from the committee? Representative Bixby.
So does it ever occur that an owner has a dog on its leash and the dog manages to escape from the owner anyway?
Oh, sure. If you had a big dog, sure. If they saw something and wanted to take off after it, they could. That's an excellent point, Representative Bixby.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Ober. And I call Nancy Holmes. And I just want to say after that, I only have one more pink card. So if there's anyone else who wishes to speak on this bill, please let me know.
Well, my name is Nancy Holmes. I'm here today from New Boston in opposition to this bill. As I live out in the country, I have perhaps a little more sensitive to the topic of rabies in animals than some others might be. I've given a lot of thought about this, about the animals that can't be vaccinated for their own safety against rabies, and the protections that keep these animals safe while also keeping the public safe. I believe the rabies isolation method and the muzzle rules should be kept in place. A muzzle, even a soft rubber one, prevents bites and protects the public. That same muzzle also serves as a warning to people to be cautious of interactions and to speak to the owner before approaching the dog. I believe the verification of the dog's status as needing an exemption by 3 persons in the first year of exemption is a necessary method to avoid fraudulent exemption claims. You know, your brother-in-law could sign an exemption for you. I don't think that would work. There really are people out there who are so anti-vaccination that they would not vaccinate the dog against rabies if they could figure out a way to get out of it legally. So yes, there are dogs that are sick and should not have the vaccine because it's not safe for them. But I'm not so sure about the people who try to get around things. We seem to have a lot of that lately. I don't see any advantage to the public as in changing the law as it stands. We tried really hard last year to make it less onerous by saying, okay, first time around, you've got to get everybody to sign off that, yeah, your dog really needs this. Not only does that prevent fraud, but it also gives you a shot at maybe some other vet, an internal medicine vet, saying, hey, I know what we can do about this. I just don't see, I think it's a mild inconvenience to an owner, and I think public safety warrants that effort. Be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Yep.
We have Angela Ferrari.
All right, good afternoon. We're getting close to wrapping up for the day.
Yeah.
Angela Ferrari, dog owners of the Granite State, and we oppose this bill. A lot of great things have been covered, so I'll just touch on a few things. Immunocompromised dogs, they can still get rabies. So while we understand that we need to be cautious about their health in receiving vaccinations, we do need to take it very seriously that they could contract the disease, not only to other animals, but to people as well. So we do have public health risk by relaxing the laws regarding rabies exemptions. Animal welfare concerns as well. Removing the requirement for strict isolation and muzzle use puts exempted animals at risk of contracting rabies, continuing, as I said before, jeopardizing the health of others. The topic of muzzles, I think, is really interesting, and I hadn't put a lot of thought into it until I started hearing the testimony today. I wish I had brought a video, and if I remember, maybe I will send it to you all, but my cousin who has a dog who recently was neutered, she needed to use a muzzle on him because no matter what size cone or this or that she put on the dog, he could still access the staples he was not supposed to. And utilizing treats and everything, he willingly will go over to the muzzle when it is on the table and try to put his face in it because he knows that he gets treats. You know, so they can be introduced to them and socialized to them in such a way that it really isn't something that's going to be a negative impact to the dog. And there are a various array of types of muzzles so that you can find one that's comfortable, not too bulky, and is going to serve your dog in the right way. As you know, I breed Dobermans, and we often refer to them as Dober goats. And that is because they will eat anything that they can find, from grass to leaves to branches to anything. And many people need to utilize muzzles on their dogs consistently while they're out in the yard to prevent them from eating things that they shouldn't, which could then result in a blockage, which is pretty scary as well. So there are a lot of dogs utilizing muzzles for other reasons and utilizing them consistently on a daily basis with no issues. Another thing to mention in regards to muzzles is I participate in coursing ability trials with my dogs. That's when they chase a bag that's on a line around a big field. And you will often see dogs who are wearing muzzles during that activity because they may not work well with other dogs and they are loose. To protect the other dogs, they're utilizing a muzzle in a very high endurance activity very successfully. So just a few examples that muzzles, can be comfortable, can be used in a wide variety of instances. And with the benefits that we get for dogs who don't need or aren't able to get the vaccine, it shouldn't be looked at as something that's extremely negative. And then lastly, I just want to mention the reduction of oversight in that initial exemption by cutting out the state veterinarian and the American College of Veterinary Internal Medicine. We think that reduces the expert oversight that's so important in making the decision on if this animal truly is a candidate for such a serious exemption. It isn't something, as Nancy stated earlier, that should be done willy-nilly by anybody. It really needs to be thought through. Are there other avenues of getting this vaccine into this dog that are safe? A lot of holistic vets have a plan in place for if we have a dog that is going to be compromised by any sort of vaccine, but we understand the importance of making sure they're protected. We're going to follow a set of guidelines before and after the vaccine is given. So it's important that all of these things are considered before just saying, I don't like the rabies vaccine. This vet's willing to sign off and say I don't need it, and now I'm good to go because I don't have to prove it to the state vet or this other veterinarian community. So with those few things, we would oppose this bill, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Representative Murray and then Bixby.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I just want to make sure I'm still correct in the assumption that to this date there is no cure for rabies. Is that accurate?
I am not aware of one. No.
Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so is there a period between the time that an animal gets exposed to rabies and the time that it starts to show symptoms so that you could suspect that it was sick?
I do know that there's a period of time when they will not be showing symptoms. So I think that's the more critical piece, is that they could be exposed by getting a bite, or they don't even have to receive a bite. They could get the saliva from a rabid animal into a cut or, into themselves somehow. So you wouldn't even see a bite on your dog to know that they may have been exposed, and then could inadvertently be exposing them where they could transmit it before they start showing signs. I do not recall the exact incubation period before symptoms would show.
Okay. Representative Potenza.
This might have been covered before, but do we know the numbers of dogs that have had rabies in the last, I don't know, let's say 5 or 10 years in New Hampshire?
Did you have that, Stacey? No, we can look that up for you and make sure we follow up with that information.
And we can also get that from the state veterinarian.
That's what I was going to say,
True.
from the state
Yep,
veterinarian.
yep.
Follow up?
Sure.
Would you be okay with the bill if it just, if it didn't strike out in regards with the muzzle, but the other 2 strikeouts were there?
So we would still oppose not having the state veterinarian and the American College of Veterinary Internal Medicine as part of that initial exemption approval. So we would like to see that remain. The piece that I would consider and would want to take back to my colleagues after kind of thinking through it more today would be the strict rabies isolation and what that means. So I would want to know a little bit more about what exactly that means, but I think the muzzle piece in the vets is very critical.
Can I, one more follow-up?
One more
sorry.
follow-up.
Yeah, I think that that exempted animal is really kind of insane. It's I don't know who would monitor that, and it just seems a little over the top. So now, if a licensed veterinarian signs off on this recommendation, what's the process for them to have to then jump a hoop to go to the American College of Veterinary Internal Medicine Diplomat and State Veterinarian? It seems as if, so are we not trusting our vets to be able to, if they put something in a legal document, that we trust them with that we have to then make them jump through another hoop? I don't understand that.
I think it's because of the public safety concerns that the state veterinarian is involved in that determination. And because we do have a wide variety of opinions across the veterinary field, and some who may be more lenient in being anti-rabies and not wanting to move forward with those vaccinations in general, could be providing those exemptions when it maybe truly isn't detrimental to the health of the animal.
Thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to comment on this is just a point of clarification, that the state veterinarian has the oversight over infectious disease and zoonotic disease transfer around things like rabies. So I think that is why that inclusion is in there.
Any other questions for Ms. Ferrari? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you all very much.
And the last pink card I have is for Hannah Phelps. Good afternoon and welcome to Environment and Agriculture. Put your microphone on. There you go. Okay, you're all set.
Can you all hear me? Thank you for having me here today. I am in support of this bill, and I will just tell you that unlike maybe anybody else in the room, I have experience getting a medical exemption on an animal. In 2017, I had a dog that was diagnosed with fatal cancer. She was 10 years old. That diagnosis coincidentally occurred the same month that she was supposed to get her booster. So the veterinarian gave me the medical exemption instead. This cancer attacked her digestive system. So she was nauseous, and having to put a muzzle on her when sometimes I know she just wants to go outside to get some fresh air was a hardship for both of us. Sadly, she died within a month of her diagnosis, so this didn't last very long. I now have a 14-year-old golden retriever who has non-cancerous liver tumors. Some of them were surgically removed in the summer of 2022. The ones that could not be removed are growing, and he's on medication to help his liver function properly. In the spring of 2023, he was up for his rabies vaccination, and he did receive it because he was deemed not sick enough to get the exemption. A few days later, he was in the ER, nearly dying of a liver infection. This is not considered an allergic reaction to the rabies vaccine, but I believe his liver was not healthy enough to handle the extra stress of a vaccination at that time. Should I be lucky enough to still have this dog when he's 16 years old, he will be up for another rabies vaccine. I doubt he would survive it. But I also would not look forward to putting him in a muzzle for the last days of his life. Dogs that are getting these medical exemptions often have digestive issues or need to be rushed outside to relieve themselves, and taking the time to muzzle them is an extra burden, especially if the dogs are vomiting. On top of that, I wonder that if it's really necessary to treat these dogs the same as if they have had an exposure to rabies. If one of these dogs is exposed to rabies, we already have laws, specifically RSA sections 436-105 and 436-106, that would take into effect. For example, one of these dogs could be considered a past their vaccination. The veterinarian and the dog owner could decide at that time to vaccinate them and confine them to the house for 45 days, or opt for the stricter option, which is in section 106(1)(a), at the owner's expense. The dog would be confined outside of their home. On top of that, there is a study out of the University of Wisconsin that shows, they say, confirmed that rabies vaccine may induce a duration of immunity well beyond 3 years in dogs. So they had 80% of dogs tested in their study were still protected against rabies 6 years after a rabies vaccine had been administered. The dogs who are getting the rabies exemption have followed the protocol their whole life up until the day they are deemed too sick to get this exemption. And according to this study, they are highly likely to still be protected against rabies, even if they have been exposed. It seems like an unnecessary burden to muzzle these dogs when they go outside, especially if you keep in the bill the strict isolation. These are not dogs that are going out in public. They are just staying in their owners' yards. And they're not going to last long enough to worry about exposure to rabies because they're being let off leash in the woods and being exposed to wild animals. I'm happy to take questions.
So do you believe that there should be some provision for dogs who have some life-threatening illnesses like cancer or some GI issues, that they should be exempt from having to deal with the rabies protocol?
Well, I feel like the research that went into allowing the state of New Hampshire to have a rabies exemption, which I completely appreciate, that all of those decisions should be made by veterinarians who are state certified. And if we're not trusting our veterinarians through our state certification process, then that needs to be looked into. But if the dog is sick enough to get a rabies exemption, that's a decision that the veterinarian should make, not the dog owner, if that answers your question.
Sure. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, I want to thank you for your testimony this afternoon.
Thank you very much.
And I would request, is there anybody else who wishes to speak on this bill? Seeing none, I request the blue sheet, please. Thank you. So on the blue sheet, we have three people who are against this bill. On the online portal, we have 5 people in support of this bill and 21 opposed, and 1 person who is neutral. And with that, I'm going to close out the hearing for HB 1556. And anything else from the committee this afternoon?
I did need the written testimony. Somebody said that they had, oh, that was Miss Phelps. You could.
I only have 1 copy.
That's fine. It's just for the record.
Okay. I wanted to
You're welcome to do that.
Yeah.
This is just for the paper. Thank you.
thank you, everybody, for attending today and lending us your testimony and your comments. And I appreciate the work of our committee this afternoon. So thanks, and see you all next week.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Well, we'll see you tomorrow. The committee meets next week. The week after. The week after, yes. Not next week. Next week is school vacation week. There is no committee meetings next week. Yay, yay.
I mean, it's